Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the regular Board of Supervisors meeting this Tuesday, January 28th. We will be going into actually, let me use this very fancy gavel. Call the meeting to order at 8 o'clock. Thank you, Stacy. Could we have a readout, please, from last closed session?
Yes, closed session agenda items from January 14th. Item 1, pursuant to Government Code 54956.8, conference with real property negotiator Marcos Munoz, potential purchase price and terms of payment for APN 042-015-032, negotiating party Jim Hereford. Board action, no reportable action taken. Item 2, pursuant to Government Code 54956.9D2, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, one case, significant exposure to litigation, board action, no reportable action taken. Item 3, pursuant to Government Code 54956.9D2, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, one case, significant exposure to litigation, board action, no reportable action taken. Item 4, pursuant to Government Code 54956.9D1, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, County of Calaveras versus Discordia Ranches Limited Partnership et al., Calaveras County Superior Court Case number 20CV45113. Board action, no reportable action taken.
Thank you. And today's closed session agenda item?
For today's closed session agenda, item 1, pursuant to Government Code 54956.9D2, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, one case, significant exposure to litigation.
Thank you. Now we will break and go into closed session.
No, I don't see any public comment
Oh,
either.
sorry. Yes. Any public comment? Seeing that there's no public comment, we will go ahead and break and go into closed session and be back at 9 o'clock. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. We could stand now for the Pledge of Allegiance. Supervisor Papanelli, could you lead us, please?
Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Yes, could we please report out, not read out, from closed session?
Yes. Report out for today's closed session. Item 1, pursuant to Government Code 54956.9D2, conference with legal counsel, re-anticipated litigation, 1 case, significant exposure to litigation, board action, no reportable action taken.
Thank you, and we'll move on to staff announcements.
Good morning. We're Asa Medina and Shauna Morales with CCAS, and we also have several of our CCAS staff on board today. So this is Bailey. She is a Rottweiler mix. She is almost 2 years old. She's been with us for over a year. She came to us injured, but we got her to the vet and took care of her injuries and her sicknesses. We receive very many animals and get calls out for service that have animals that are injured or need to be seen by the veterinarian. She's a very affectionate pup. She loves people. She doesn't care for female dogs too much, so she likes the male dogs. So we're looking to find a home where she has a companion of a male dog. She's very sweet. She loves people. She's very quiet in her kennel. She's just a good, sweet dog. And we're looking to place her in a forever home. So we're presenting Bailey, and she's quiet. She will need a surgery. It's called a TPLO surgery. It's kind of similar to an anterior cruciate ligament in humans, and that surgery is quite pricey. We're looking at doing some fundraising specifically for Bailey, but we wanted to highlight her since she's been with us for so long, and she does need that surgery. But we're looking at funding experiences and things that we can do to help Miss Bailey along and get into a home. So with that, we have another announcement, which is pretty exciting. On Valentine's Day, on Saturday, the 15th, from 11 to 2, we are going to have a speed dating event not for humans, but for the 4-legged kind. So we're going to be setting up this event at the shelter. And what it's going to be is pretty much an adoption event. No kissing by any humans, just the dogs, and maybe the humans will get chocolate kisses, but that's it. So we're not doing any of that. And it's called the CCAS Speed Dating Adoption Event. And the purpose of this event is to highlight our animals that we have at our shelter, and also to get notification out to our constituents and to our public about the services and things that we offer at the shelter. At any given time, we have up to 40 to 50 animals, Shauna, in the shelter, and we have several that are in need of adoption. Bailey is one of those cases where she's a sweet dog and she's going to need some assistance from her humans if we don't take care of it first. But also to educate our public on the things that we do day in and day out. We will also have Focus and also Gimme Shelter representatives at this event. So we're looking forward to that as well. And our goal is to get at least 1 animal adopted. That's our goal. We've been pretty successful at our last events, huh, Shauna? Yeah. Where we've had at least 1 animal adopted at each one of our events. Shauna will not be up for adoption again, I just want to say, even though I would adopt her. And so we're looking forward to that event. And if you have any additional questions, I'm here to answer them, and or Shauna or any of our other CCAS staff.
Did you adopt our friend from the last meeting yet?
Ace is still with us.
Okay,
Ace
and he wasn't ready to be adopted yet?
He's ready to be adopted.
He is?
Yeah, he's ready to go.
She's been with us the longest I didn't think of it so far. I believe she was
With
with us
us
since
about a,
December of last.
Could I ask you, sponsored adoption, wasn't Bailey a sponsored or not?
Bailey can be a sponsored adoption, you
Yeah,
bet.
but I noticed there were two on the board. What does that mean?
So that just means that they've either been sponsored by another entity, which means their adoption fees are paid for, their spay, their vaccines, they're good to go out the door. All you need to do is call us up and say, you know, I want this dog to be part of my family, and that's it.
Yes.
Yeah. She's very photogenic too. Look at her. Look how.
No questions? Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you so much. And again, thank you for this opportunity and
Thank you,
letting us
Bailey.
bring the animals. Thank you, Sean. And that is all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Morning, Judy.
Good morning. Judy Hawkins, Human Resources Director. I am very happy to be before you today to introduce Micah Martin, who joined us yesterday as our Public Works Director.
Morning, board. I'm really excited to be here with Calaveras County. I come from Southern California. I have a lot of experience in the public works industry, and I'm excited to put that to good use here in the county and to work with such an amazing team in the public works department. So thank you for having me.
Thank you so much. We look forward to working with you. Captain?
Morning, board, Mr. Chair, CEO, council, and Madam Clerk. I'm here. My name is Tim Sturm. I'm a captain with the Sheriff's Office, but today I'm here as the unit leader of the Calaveras Cold Case Task Force. And I just wanted to give a brief statement and announcement on that team. The Cold Case Task Force was formed in 2020. It has about 20 members, operates under an advisory board of 6 people. But the notable fact about the task force is that it operates as a nonprofit entity, which means that it can generate its own funding. That funding has been used over the last several years to pay for private laboratory testing, DNA extraction, and forensic investigative genetic genealogy. Recently, in the last 2 weeks, and you may have seen the Sheriff's Department media release, that testing led to the discovery and identification of a person who has been deceased for numerous years, over 40. Although it was not the news that his mother would have liked to have received, the Cold Case Task Force was able to notify his mother that his remains had been in the custody of Calaveras County since 1985, but we now did have her son, which means that she now has the closure that her son did not voluntarily abandon his family. So ultimately, the Cold Case Task Force has expended over $170,000 of community-generated funds, not county money, on that project. And the purpose of speaking today is just to say thank you to the community. Thank you to the board. I recognize several people on the bench and in fact in the audience who have supported the annual November fundraiser for the team. We do have 3 profiles, DNA profiles, which have been assigned for the genealogy. So there may be additional news forthcoming. But I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to speak for a moment on that. And most of all, thank you to the community of Calaveras. There's no questions. Thank you very much. Thank you. It's absolutely a team effort. There's, like I said, about 20 people assigned, and they are the ones who make everything happen.
Captain, thank you. Thank you for the events that you put on. I mean, seeing the families that do get closure from this is unbelievable, and really appreciate obviously the work that you do. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you for your support.
Good morning, board. I'm Lindsay Groot. I'm your Information Technology Director. And I'm here today to give an update around broadband. At the end of last year, the California Public Utilities Commission awarded a $12 million grant to Comcast for broadband infrastructure. That's just a little more than a third of the $30 million that was allocated to Calaveras County under the federal funding account program. The remainder would likely be deferred to a second second round that may or may not be funded depending on how the budget goes with the state this year. More importantly, the county partnered with Golden State Connect Authority to design an open access broadband fiber network that would leverage the full amount of the funding. This project will ensure a foundation from which broadband access can expand throughout the county and the Sierras. And so several county representatives, including members of the board, will be in Sacramento on Thursday to petition the CPUC to reconsider their recommendation and award the full funding to Golden State Connect Authority in round one. Several local leaders have also given video testimonials on the critical need for broadband in the county. Those will be sent directly to each commissioner in advance of the meeting. The public can help as well. We would like to urge as many people as possible to call in and make public comment this Thursday and support the Golden State Connect Authority project. Just a 1-minute comment from the public can make a huge difference. We have call-in information. Kathy, my colleague, has a flyer for people. And if anybody would like to get that information, email to them. Anybody who's watching at home, they are welcome to email me. That's at ldegroot, LDEGROOT at calaveras.county.gov.
Anybody have any comments? Super, thank you.
Okay.
Morning, Kathy.
Good morning, Chair Huberty, Honorable Board, Kathy Galino, Economic and Community Development. And yes, I'm following up. I have the flyers here. And also thank you very much to our clerk for getting up on the screen during your breaks, the information on calling in for Thursday. The commission meeting starts at 11 a.m. Thank you, supervisors that will be joining Linda Groot and myself at that meeting. It's very important that the community have their voice heard, that this award gets funded through Golden State Connect Authority in Calaveras County. And it's an amazing project to really reach our upper and most vulnerable communities upcountry. And broadband is something that's needed not only for safety, public health, and for education. I want to thank our partners. So a lot of folks did provide video testimony, including our sheriff, Health and Human Services, Mr. Gagne, Chief Johnson from Ebbets Pass, and many, many others, including OES. So thank you, everyone. Please let your voice be heard. Have a good day.
Thanks, Kathy. Do we have any other staff announcements? Okay, well, we'll move on now to recognitions and acknowledgements, and I pass the gavel to Supervisor Hill.
Item 2, recognition and acknowledgements proclamation. Clerk of the Board of Supervisors proclaimed the week of February 14th through February 20th, 2025 as Kindness Week in Calaveras County and further deemed the county as a random acts of kindness zone.
This proclamation recognizing February 14th through 20th, 2025 as National Random Acts of Kindness Week. Whereas National Random Acts of Kindness Week will be observed February 14th through 20th, 2025, and Random Acts of Kindness Day is February 17th, 2025. And whereas Calaveras County has participated in Random Acts of Kindness Week since 2010. And whereas all who live and or work within Calaveras County are encouraged to practice random acts of kindness, a tradition started in Angels Camp by the Jim Bergantz family. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors, skipped. Yeah. Okay. Any public board? Board, any comments?
Our first act of kindness, we'll start by thanking you for reading that.
Helping me fix it after the mistake. So kind. Any public comments?
I was around when Jimmy Bergantz came up with this wonderful idea. My mother used to fly over all the schools while the children stood out there in hearts. And I think it's a fabulous thing, and it shows what a great county we are. So I think this is a fabulous proclamation. Thank you.
Oh, I'm Jim Burgant. Some of you know that. I just want to thank the board, the county for continuing to keep this thing alive for so many years and to recognize that it's an important idea that we need to be kinder to one another and listen to one another and just, so as this thing goes on, the Calaveras County Office of Education has been a kind of a center for the kindness thing for the last, I don't know, 10, 15 years or whatever. And so every year there's 2 or 3 individuals in Calaveras County that throw money at the county office of education, and we buy like thousands of these wristbands to promote kindness. So I brought some wristbands for you all to wear, to share and give away. There's some here for the community if you want. So I'll give you those, but I just want to say thank you. I don't know of any other county that has done this, and I'm grateful to live in this county where it's important. And the City of Angels also does the same thing. So thank you to the board. Thank you to the staff for taking this thing, keeping it going. And I hope that it makes a difference. That's my hope. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Jim, can I ask, how is Jill doing?
Jill's doing great.
Okay.
Yeah, she's doing
Because she's
great.
normally here for this.
Yeah.
I also wanted to say, if I could, really quickly, that this is kindness to others, but remember to be kind to yourself.
Yeah,
You've got to put the oxygen mask on yourself before you can help others too.
It's important that we take better care of ourselves and each other. I mean, really. So anyhow, thank you very much, board, and thank you.
Any other public comment?
Jim, don't leave. We need you for the picture.
Oh,
Sorry.
now, okay. Whereas all who live and or work within Calaveras County are encouraged to practice random acts of, now therefore be it resolved.
Sorry.
Vote.
We need to vote.
Okay. I'm learning.
Look at all the kindness there.
So you get a call for the vote.
Okay.
Because you act like chair.
I'll call, okay. Call for a vote.
We have a motion.
We have them.
I so moved.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Now,
Okay. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors designates the week of February 14th through the 20th, 2025 to be Kindness Week throughout the county. Be it further resolved that the Board of Supervisors declares that the County of Calaveras be deemed a random acts of kindness zone during the week of February 14th and continue through the 2025 year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And if anybody, thank you. Thank you. If anybody wants more wristbands, the County Office of Education has some, or y'all can contact me. So thank you very much. Oh, okay. Great. Okay. Thank you. Good job, everybody. Hey, good to see you. Cool. Yeah.
Ready?
Thank you very much. Well, I'll be back next year, okay?
All right. Yeah.
Keep it going. Thank you. Very much.
we'll move on now to general public comment. Madam Clerk, could you read out?
Add any item of interest to the public that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board and is not posted on the consent or regular agendas may be addressed during the public comment period. California law prohibits the board from taking action on any matter which is not posted on the agenda unless it is determined to be an emergency by the Board of Supervisors. If public comment is completed before the 30-minute allotted period, the board may immediately move to the next order of business. If public comment is not completed during the allotted time period, it will be continued as the last item of business in order to provide an opportunity for the remainder of comments to be heard.
Thank you. Terry?
Good morning, Terry McBride, New California State Committee Chair, Senator for New California State and the Senate Pro Tempore President. This is a fascinating article about California's cash crisis. And basically, we're in default. I'm going to read a little bit of it. Governor Newsom issued 30-day notice to announce with California in a cash crisis, schools, counties, cities, and state agencies should have no expectation of full funding. This is government speak for we are about to default. This is written by Chris Street. He's the one that got Orange County out of their bankruptcy. He knows his business. And he also sat on the board to pull California out of default before. He knows what he's talking about when he writes this stuff. He is our chief financial officer. Anyway, the process known as issuing a budget letter came just 13 days after Newsom claimed in his January 10 budget proposal for the coming 25-26 fiscal year, beginning on July 1st, that the budget is balanced and reflects minor revenue growth over the 3-year budget window. Remember, I brought paperwork showing that was all straight up lie. Here are some things that I think are quite important. This huge fire that's going on down there, a lot of it is due to state mismanagement, on a lack of water. How'd you like to be that fire guy that went to turn on the spigot and there was no water coming out? Additionally, the state-sponsored FAIR Plan, which many of us are on because we don't have a choice, the insurer of last resort was insolvent with $3 billion of assets to cover $8 billion of claims. With FAIR Plan allowed to push losses to every insured property holder, you know they can do that. MTT wanted every insured property in California is at the risk of a $5,200 assessment. Who's got that kind of extra money sitting in their pocket? That's what we're up with California, the state that it is right now. I've got this here. Anybody can look this up on Substack. It's called Mountaintop Times. It's quite good. He writes really excellent articles. Saturday, I gave you again because I didn't catch that. The time was off on the last one, but it starts at 11 and goes till 1. And this is where people can talk about their concerns about the elections, because you see them, they're talking about making everybody have an ID, which we should have. And we need to go back to the Constitution. Did you know that the California Constitution was originally written in 1849 and got changed in 1879 to a progressive document? So you need to be aware of these things. This is why we're in the spot that we are in now. With New California, we have written a Constitution. Everybody will be allowed to vote on it. It's like our good USA Constitution. Please come Saturday. Find out why we are the answer. Trump's behind us. He knows what we're doing and he supports us. God bless all of you. Thank you.
Morning. Is your comment about the animal shelter?
Lisa Medina checked and said that I just wanted to make a report to
Oh,
you. I've just
perfect. Okay,
piece of
thank you.
information.
Appreciate
So
it.
I understand about the agenda thing. Back in June, Gimme Shelter opened up a fund with the community, Calaveras Community Foundation. And I wanted to let you know that as of today, we are approaching $39,000 in that fund that we've raised for the new shelter. So that's how much support we have in this county. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Butner.
My name is Christopher Butner, publisher of Calaveras 2026election.com. Ben, during the January 14th, 2024 Board of Supervisors meeting, you attempted to have portions of my public statement stricken from the published record of the meeting because my statement included, quoting you, allegations of malfeasance or whatever, and that you didn't hear burden of proof. For the record, County Council was compelled to verbally advise you in real time publicly of the fallacy of your attempt to suppress official acceptance of my comments in whole. Let's examine your concerns. Was it allegations of malfeasance or whatever when I stated you were officially warned of potential fines in 2019 due to your 2018 campaign finance violation of the Political Reform Act, with you having been classified by the Fair Political Practices Commission as a campaign non-filer in their case number 2019-00576? Was it allegations of malfeasance or whatever when I stated I had irrefutable evidence to submit a formal complaint to the FPPC about your persistent violations of the Political Reform Act as a campaign non-filer, despite you having been warned in 2019 by the FPPC of the potential for consequences, including hefty fines? Is it allegations of malfeasance or whatever when I state that all 4 of last term's continuing incumbent supervisors are now subjects of concurrent, open, and pending FPPC cases for an assortment of campaign finance violations of the Political Reform Act? Since I last addressed this board 2 weeks ago, the FPPC published case number 2025-00042. That's the FPPC's newly open and pending case against Supervisor Stopper. Was it allegations of malfeasance or whatever when I stated you'd been caught on video by Calaveras County TV during the November 26, 2024 live stream of the Board of Supervisors meeting, surreptitiously texting with one of your constituents who was seated in this room? Or that I had acquired evidence of your text message exchange from County Council by public records request? Or that your constituent had a matter with beneficial property tax implications coming before this board into agenda items later in that meeting? Or that you ethically should have recused from voting due to an appearance of conflict of interests stemming from your constituent relationship? My fact pattern reveals I've repeatedly met your burden of proof. You now realize you face potentially tens of thousands of dollars in fines for multiple flagrant campaign finance violations of the Political Reform Act. The FPPC explicitly warned you, don't do this again. You did. I caught you. My name is Christopher Butner, publisher of Calaveras 2026 election.com. Thank you. Stacy, would you please give these copies of the statement to everybody on the post?
Do you have any further public comment? We'll move on to the consent agenda. Madam Clerk?
Consent agenda items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. They will be acted upon by the board at one time without discussion. Any board member, staff member, or interested party may request the removal of an item from the consent agenda for later discussion.
Does any board member wish to remove any items?
Chair, I don't need to remove any, but I will abstain from voting on the December 10th minutes as I was not present.
Thank you. Any member of the public would like to pull an item?
Item 5, Chair, specifically sub item E.
That's item 5, correct?
Item 5.
Right.
E, 5E.
Anyone else? I'll bring it back to the board for motion.
Move
Second.
with the removal.
With the removal of, yes.
Okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
Passes. 4, what, say 4-0 then, because of, yeah, thank you. One abstention. So we'll
One, yeah. Yeah, 5-0 on all but 3, which passed 4-0-1.
Thank you. We'll bring item 5 up now.
Item 5, action item, Clerk of Board of Supervisors, appointment of applicants to serve on various committees, commissions, advisory boards, special districts, and county service areas.
Butler.
My name is Christopher Butner, publisher of Calaveras 2026 election.com. During the January 14th, 2025 Board of Supervisors meeting, District 1 Supervisor Tofinelli stated the D1 position on the Calaveras Fish and Game Commission had been empty for a while. I've since learned this Calaveras Fish and Game Commission position was vacant for 8 years and after a prolonged gap and neglect had attracted a well-qualified candidate for the county's consideration for appointment. The appearance of a dark horse candidate for this position announced by Supervisor Tofinelli during the last Board of Supervisors meeting took attentive observers by surprise. Improbably, after 8 years vacant, this position suddenly attracted attention and candidacy from a second individual at the 11th hour on January 14, 2025 from applicant Eric Holt, Director of the Calaveras Office of Emergency Services. This matter serves as a valuable civics lesson in participatory local government, providing an example and examination of the intentional lack of transparent administrative practices by this Calaveras government. Any extra time Holt may have for another position would be better spent serving the unmet needs of Calaveras citizens, hardening the county's built-in natural infrastructure against potential man-made and natural disasters, and focusing on preparing and maximizing critical resources required and anticipated for the county's inevitable response and recovery efforts. Perhaps Holt, in his role as Director of OES, might invest any extra available time toward mitigating the unnecessarily elevated risk of catastrophic fire posed to the community of Arnold and the surrounding inhabited and uninhabited areas within the Stanislaus National Forest by the new Tesla supercharging station that was inexplicably approved for installation and is now operational behind Meadowmont Center. Now I need to remind you that Calaveras is in the top 10 of California's most wildfire-prone counties, having the unfortunate distinction as one of the top 4 counties in America with the highest cancellation rates of homeowners insurance. Perhaps Holt might, in any extra time available, accompany a county engineer on periodic structural inspections of our aging local tourist attractions, such as our 3 local caverns, long cherished internationally renowned attractions where visitors from around the world arrive with an expectation of Calaveras public safety vigilance. Diluting Holt's primary job as director of the Calaveras Office of Emergency Services by adding the responsibility for representing D1 on the Calaveras County Fish and Game Commission, I respectfully argue may jeopardize public safety. My name is Christopher Budner, publisher of Calaveras2026election.com.
Mr. Holt.
I'd just like to say, I just moved here in May, so I don't know about the prior 8 years, but I'm applying as a taxpaying citizen. You are. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments from the board?
Just that, the Fish and Game Commission's been really solid. I've been on the representative for the past 6 years for the board. There's been a few times within that 6 years that a few District 1 people have processed through, they have not stayed solid. And when we have these meetings, it's not during work hours, it's later in the day. So this would not conflict with any work time for said individual. And I'm very happy if it's Mr. Toffenelli's recommendation to support him.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Toffenelli?
Yeah, I just want to thank both applicants that filed for this. And there are 2 open positions. One is for District 1, one's for just a general public member. I appreciate both of them coming forward. It has been a long time since District 1 has had somebody on this commission. So with that, I would move this item.
Do I need to ask for more public comment? Is there any other public comment? Thank you. Sorry, do we have a
Second?
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Passes 5-0. We'll move on now to the regular agenda. Madam Clerk, item number 13.
Item 13, informational item, Administrative Office, receive an update from LDA Partners regarding the design and construction documents for the new animal shelter.
Oh, where am I going? Guess I moved up.
Yes, thank you.
We'll just use the arrows to go forward.
This on?
You're on.
Oh, it was on. Try it again. There you go.
Am I good now?
Yeah.
All right. All right. Good morning, members of the board. My name is Eric Wool. I'm with LDA Partners, and we're here to give you an informational update on the animal shelter. It's been a few months since I've been here before. But I wanted to kind of give you just kind of where we're at right now and kind of go over a cost estimate that we completed with the third party. All right, we're going to try this again.
That's better. Thank you.
So I want to kind of start off by kind of reiterating what the project goals were when we started the project. One is to create a facility that really encapsulate the modern needs and modern sheltering techniques and processes. We want the facility to be extremely durable and to be efficient. Most importantly, provide comprehensive and to go through the process where we want to focus on being effective for both staff and the animals we serve, and maybe most importantly, it needs to be cost effective. So we're not trying to build a Taj Mahal, we're trying to build something that is very cost effective, but really meets the needs of the needs of the animals in Calvert County. So to kind of remind you where we left off our program, our total building is roughly about 10,800 square feet, and it breaks down into different areas. So our public area is roughly around 2,150 square feet. Dog habitat 2,000 square feet. Cat habitat just under 1,500 square feet. Staff areas, that's where offices for COs, directors, etc. Roughly 1,500 feet, and the storage support spaces another 2,700 feet. That gets us to our rough total of around 10,800 feet. We are located on the existing site, the existing facility. And as we've kind of gone through and organized our drawings, our first priority is the dog habitats. And so when we talked before, we established an alternate strategy. I mean, we're going to get the price for the full build out, but we segregated the project into the dog habitats first and foremost, and the rest of the building. That way we can do an accurate assessment of what the cost is for each part of that facility. Kind of refresh everyone, this is the existing site. We have the closed trailer, we have some storage containers, and the existing admin module. Move the overlay on top of the existing, you kind of see where the footprint is in relation to all these existing structures right there. So you can see it's quite larger in size, and that's to accommodate different levels of area. This is the floor plan that we have. And so you can see the different colors, how it's kind of broken out. The area on the left in blue, that's really the dog habitats and then that core function area. So that would be the area for mechanical plumbing systems and like that's part of that floor structure. The area in green on the right, that would be our deductive element. And so the way we've structured our bid, we're going to get the cost of the whole facility. What we're also going to do is deductive element, which is what is the deductive cost of the area. And so when the project comes back to the board of supervisors, you can decide should we just build the dog area or should we build the entire facility. That gives us the most flexibility and gives you the most flexibility to determine how we want to move forward. One of the comments we heard before was to keep it relatively simple and straightforward. We're not trying to introduce any fancy font, we're just kind of keep very simple buildings, building blocks. Technically very cost effective for construction. And this is kind of where we're at on our cost standpoint. We sent this project out to a third party estimator. All right. And then we get that estimate back from them. Then we base that or index that against what we have on our own data mine. And then the third part of that is we talk to local contractors as well. So we have a number of animal shelters that are both in construction and design. We're talking to those contractors directly so we can see what those actual costs are in the real world today. So that we have a very good understanding of where we see the cost coming in at. We've broken out this estimate between CSI division, that's Construction Specifications Institute. They organize different trades in the construction industry. And this broken out even further by site costs and building costs. And then even further again from the hard cost and the soft cost. The hard costs are what the contractor is paying for. Those are the elements of the building construction itself. The soft costs are things that are not physically attached to the building or professional fees, permit fees, furniture, things of that nature. And then we also add other costs, which I put on there for project contingencies, estimates for escalations going into the future. And that's how we get our overall total project cost. So to kind of break this down is our overall site, we're expecting to spend roughly about $1 million. That is for grading, bringing in the utilities, resizing utilities, additional power. The building construction itself is roughly about another, 7 million, 7.2 million. We've also broken down the contractor general conditions. That's essentially the cost of the contractor doing business, his overhead and profit, the insurance and bonds, and typically contractors will throw in a contingency in their number to cover unforeseen items as well. That gets us a total construction cost of just over $8.5 million. And again, this has been also checked against other contractors that have active shelter projects in the state of California. So that gets our total construction hard cost, again, of roughly 8.5 million. Our soft costs, those are things that for materials inspections, fees, that's roughly 1.7, and there's just under $1 million in project contingencies. That gives us a total estimate for a total project, hard cost and soft cost and contingencies of just over 11.2 million. And with that, I'd open up to any questions that the board may have.
Any questions? I do. Couple quick, fencing. Is the fencing, because I know the outdoor areas are just as important as the inside.
Correct.
I didn't see that broken down in the hard costs. Are they included or is that?
Yes, that's included within the site cost, Division 32 exterior improvements. So we are fencing around the entire site. Along the front where we're using the building as a fence, if you will, around the rear of the site that all is enclosed. In the back of the house, there is also a secure area for staff.
Got it. Thank you. And landscaping?
Yes. Minimal landscaping, primarily up for the front of the building, the public frontage, or the front by the parking lot.
Okay. Thank you. And if we could go back to the blueprint of the proposed building. I'm confused with the cat suites in the middle. At the moment, we have 5 cat suites, and it looks like in the proposed, we're only getting 3. Are those, it's difficult for me to explain, but there are 2 cat suites and there are 2 small rooms behind the cat suites. Are those cat suites as well?
So the cats are broken into different types of cat habitats. So we have main cat adoption. Those are kind of more front and center. Cat flexible areas, depending upon an influx of kitten season. Areas for catios, those are more communal housing and they are interior, exterior. So the animal can go outside and habitat outside and also come in to be safe. There's also areas for isolation and quarantine. And so those are kind of in the left where that cat prep area is. There's a PPE room. Basically, it's a negative pressure room. So you go in and it doesn't contaminate the rest of the facility. And so those are more for quarantine areas.
So for example, we've had hoarding situations where all of a sudden they have to take on 88 cats.
Yes.
How does that work with this?
The flexible area. So cat habitats are typically 2-sided. In extreme conditions, when you have an influx or something like you just described, they can be shut down. And so those habitats where they have 2 compartments, they can be closed down so that each compartment acts as its own. That allows you for a temporary doubling of cat habitats. It's not recommended for a long term, but in cases of extreme, that's what happens.
And then could you explain the dog section and how many dogs will we be able to accommodate?
So the dogs are broken up a little bit similar as well. So we have both a lot of flexibility in our dog habitats. We have areas strictly for puppies because puppies are housed differently for larger dogs. Most adult dogs are housed in individual kennels. A typical kennel is a total of 4 by 12 and it's divided in half. So they have an area where they can go interior or exterior or more closely where they can live and habitate, and another section where they can kind of do their business. We don't want to have them eating and sleeping where they're going to the bathroom. So we have different sections of dog habitats. The puppy area, the small dogs, that's typically cages. The kennel area, we have both all interior kennels and both interior and exterior kennels. The all interior kennels, which is kind of right in the middle, that has large kind of garage doors. I kind of characterize this as doors, kind of like you'd see in a fire station, roll-up doors that can open up, get the fresh air and get the natural environment in. We do that one because it's very cost effective. The other types of habitats we have over on the left-hand side are more flexible areas. Those are interior, exterior, where one half of that kennel, that 4x6 side is interior. There's a guillotine door or a saloon door that allows them to go outside. So the other half of that kennel is on the exterior. There's also areas for quarantine. Typically, the quarantine areas are also segregated. That's a negative pressure mechanical system, again, to prevent disease spread and for disease control. That's over on the top here. And then there's other flexible areas for individual, maybe just a simple single room or small kennels. With dogs, we try to not keep a lot of dogs in a one habitat. We try to limit that to 8 at the very most. That's for noise control, disease control, and to reduce the stress on the dog itself. You can imagine how when all the dogs start barking together, how loud and stressful it can be, not only for the dogs, but for the humans. And so that's why we compartmentalize in that way.
Yeah, I visited your facility that you designed in Elk Grove, and I just thought it was genius. And when you walk into our shelter, it's just a cacophony of dog barking. And when you walk into the shelters,
we're hoping to make it better.
Awesome. One other question regarding the design, the small mammals, do they get any natural light? I know I was talking to Michael yesterday and he's got hamsters and turtles and that sort of thing.
Yeah, so the small mammals is one of those, they're sometimes often forgot about, but that's kind of we use it for, rabbits, guinea pigs. Sometimes we'll put some reptiles in there, depending on space. We generally try not to keep predators with their prey together, but sometimes we have to make exceptions. But for natural light, the way we do that is solar tubes. And so it may not have a direct window, but we have essentially a sealed skylight, for lack of a better term, that brings that natural light into the space. We like the solar tubes as opposed to skylights. Skylights have a tendency to leak. Solar tubes are factory sealed, and so they do not leak.
Thank you. And a last question that I have is can we get started on the site work while we're raising money to?
That's probably a question I have to get back to you on and how we would structure that bid.
Okay.
It's not packaged that way currently. There could be some benefits from pros and cons in doing that.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions. Sorry. Supervisor Toughnell.
I do. This seems to just be dragging on, so I'll just be straightforward. Architectural and structural drawings. When can we expect to see those so we can go out for a bid on this thing?
I would expect that we have a couple of things that we need to clean up still, primarily related to site and with the utilities. When we get that,
we let a contract in May, so we've had all this time to clean all that up. This keeps dragging on. Can we just get it done?
It is.
Give us architectural and structural drawings, so we have a package to go get bids on, so we can get this thing construction.
Yes.
Because every day you're waiting and we're waiting, costs are going up.
I understand. And this is one of our top priorities to get out the door.
So in a month, 30 days from now, 60 days?
I would prefer, but this is also for discussion. I think it'd be best for the county to go through plan check, at least have one round of plan check before it goes out to bid. That's obviously up to discretion of the county.
For plan check.
Correct.
So I'm waiting to know when we're gonna have structurals and architecturals, so we can.
I have a progress set already put together. We're not 100% complete. I would say we're probably around 85% complete right now.
So time frame 30, 60, 90.
If you put me on the spot, I would say probably, I think a month is probably accurate then.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Is there any public comment?
Yeah.
Please come to the. Yeah.
Actually, I'm sorry, your presentation was difficult to hear.
Sorry.
And you speak very quickly. This print is very small. So is this information going to be available
It is
online?
available. If you go online with the board, it's in the agenda packet for today.
Okay, because I looked at the agenda packet a couple of days ago and I didn't find anything.
Yeah,
like
you should be able to find it. It's there.
that. Okay, thank you.
If you have any problems, let me know.
Yeah,
I'll help you.
okay.
Lisa.
Hello, good morning again, Lisa Medina, Environmental Management Agency. I just would like to thank, on behalf of CCAS staff, our volunteers, the commitment by our public and our different entities that support us, Focus, Guinea Shelter folks, and everybody else, staff mostly here. They're here to support this endeavor. This has been an ongoing, heart-wrenching, heartfelt, everything emotional around this whole subject for years. Eric and his crew have been wonderful. They listen to staff, they listen to the public, they've listened to Focus, our other volunteers, and they're key on, as you stated before, they build the best shelters in California. And there's a testament to that. The Elk Grove shelter is incredible. All we want is just something that our animals will be safe in. We're looking for the best standards of care, something that is good for our county, and that's exactly what they have presented. They listen to us. We've been having ongoing meetings, sometimes weekly, and they have made and assured us that this project will be in the best interest of our Calaveras family of animals. So thank you, Eric.
Thank you, Lisa. Alex? I was gonna say, Alex, do you want to, you can do it from there. Well,
Yeah, here.
even, I thought if
It's okay.
that speaker was good enough to pick it up.
Okay.
Okay.
It's okay.
I just have a comment and thank you, Mr. Tofinelli, for pressing that because it's been months. And also, I'm very excited about this project, but I couldn't hear either very well. So I'm hearing 8 million now for the dogs. And I just thought it was 7. But I couldn't hear what was very much what was going on.
Eric, could you clarify that?
Sure.
Because yeah.
No problem. I'll try to speak a little bit slower and louder.
Alex, if you can stay here so you can hear.
So the total for the whole build out for construction cost is just over 8.5 million,
Including cats.
including the cats, the
Cats and
admin, exactly.
Okay.
Correct.
That's
Yes.
what I wanted to clarify.
Okay.
Because that was a bit scary. Another million added.
Yeah.
Any other public comment? Thank you, Eric. This is an informational.
Yeah. Any other questions from the board?
I think we're done.
Okay.
Supervisor Stopper, do you want to come? Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Eric.
Yeah.
I have some copies of the presentation being gone over. If you just want to make a moment, I have 2 copies to share. Oh, this thing. Oh, yeah.
So we'll move on to item 14. Madam Clerk.
Item 14, informational item, administrative office, receive an update from the Calaveras Visitors Bureau on tourism promotion activities.
Going to just wait till there's calm down to there and then just. So Supervisor. Supervisor Stopper, I'm an employee of the Visitors Bureau, so I'm going to step out while the presentation, maybe I can hand the gavel to this one.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors, CEO.
Stacy, did we read out for 14?
Yes, we did.
Okay, sorry.
Go ahead.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Good morning, Board of Supervisors, CEO Hitchcock, County Council, Stacy and Susan, good morning.
Out loud, I want people to hear the last.
Unfortunately, no. I'm sorry.
I'll try to speak a little bit louder.
Does the other microphone work better?
They're both on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
My name is Jessica Johnson. I'm the admin manager with the Calaveras Visitors Bureau. And thank you, board, for the opportunity to give the quick update from the CVB regarding our tourism promotion efforts and the opportunity to introduce the CVB to Supervisor and all. Our mission statement, the Calaveras Visitors Bureau is the Calaveras County's core tourism organization dedicated to creating long-term sustainable economic growth for the region and its partners through innovative tourism programs and promotions and partnerships. This presentation reflects our mission, vision, and values that support the county's strategic plan while serving our visitors and local community to the best of our ability. We aim to keep our transient occupancy tax totals as high as possible to help support public safety and market our incredible county. And in December, Calaveras hit just over 50% of its mid-year budget goal for TOT, and we do expect to achieve at least 100% of that goal by the end of the fiscal year in June. The CVB board is a well-rounded group of local business owners, business and community leaders, business association and housing directors, lodging managers, marketing director for Bear Valley, and for the Calaveras Big Tree State Park. And our staff includes a longtime resident who, with her husband, built half of Arnold in the 60s. It includes a retired history teacher, a school board member, a college student that grew up here in Calaveras County. So all people who are fully vested in this county and seeing the success of the county, as well as preserving the unique character and special way of life we have here. The operations of the CVB, we are open 7 days a week in Angels Camp from 9:30 to 4:30. And our office in Murphy's is open 5 days a week from 10 to 4. In 2024, we greeted 14,000 visitors, and we fielded thousands of phone calls, simple questions asking for directions or asking about events, to funny phone calls like if the Murphy's Hotel is haunted year round, or when the times are for Planet's Ferry. So, but then we also have some more serious situations where we were able to help a visitor. Her husband was up in Bear Valley with their small children, and he was hurt and needed to get medical attention, but couldn't take the ambulance because he couldn't leave his children, but she didn't have a vehicle to get up to Bear Valley. And so she called us, and then she came in, and we were able to find a local contact that could get her up to Bear Valley and reunite with her family. So that was an important phone call. I'm glad we were available for them. The Visitors Bureau and the Film Commission are funded by the transient occupancy tax from both Calaveras County and the City of Angels Camp. The CVB also receives $50,000 from the City of Angels towards the operation of the Angels Camp Museum. This stipend, along with the admissions and membership to the museum, pay for the operations, museum staffing, exhibits, and maintenance of the museum. The profit from the sales of the gift shop go to the CVB. There are currently 10 part-time and 2 full-time employees for both the offices and for the museum. And there are currently 11 board of director positions. Also a representative from the county and the City of Angels Camp. In California, California remains the top travel-related destination in the country right now. And in 2023, the CVB, we posted our 2023 numbers. The 24 numbers won't come out until April, and then we can share those with you in May when we have those. But you can see from this graph, it's a $154 billion industry in the state of California with 1.2 million people employed. Dean Runyon is, they collect the numbers for California for all of the counties. And as you can see, since 2019, visitor spending has increased year over year. And then again, in May, we'll have those numbers for you for 2024. So the CVB, we received the TOT from the county and from the City of Angels Camp And we spend 12% on the overhead, 25% on payroll, and 63% on the marketing. And then the marketing dollars, it's broken down. These are what we do with that money: print ads, radio, visitors guide, the social media, the data tracking, the fan trips, which are the travel writers, and the website, software subscriptions, and so forth. Placer AI is our location analytics tool that we use, and this is available with our county rep and our city rep both have access to this tool. And what this shows us is where visitors are coming from, where they're going, what they're doing. So for instance, that kind of W looking one is Bear Valley. These are a few of our points of interest that we track. But you can see how we can tell people are there obviously in the winter to ski, and then they kind of July come up for maybe the music festival, then it kind of dies down, and then it goes back up again in the winter time. So some of what we market obviously is our outdoor beauty, natural beauty, Calaveras Big Trees, the caves, hiking, camping, fishing, biking, the snow sports, and then our events like Frog Jump obviously coming up, Lumberjack Day and Grape Stomp. We also like to talk about our innovative and award-winning lodging. So like CV Properties, who's they're working on getting more lodging to come in and more workforce housing. Posterity Cider Works in Oak Hill, they're at 2 Michelin star restaurants, and then Hitcher House, they're winning international and national awards in their industry awards, and as well as the community theater and the music and concert scene. The way that we market is a breakdown: the print ads, Sacktown Magazine, USA Today, Marin Magazine, Yosemite Guide, the Pine Tree, NorCal Beer and Wine Magazine. It's an insert that goes to 13 different newspapers in Northern California. So the San Francisco Chronicle, the San Jose Mercury News, and so forth. The TV and radio, we have ads with NPR. We did 2 shows with Jeremy Moppin of PBS. He's sort of like a Huell Howard. Let me say his name. Huell Howard. I can't say his name properly. Thank you. Sort of like that. But 2 shows that he did were, one last year was The Fair, and then the other was Pause Angels Camp Museum. We also took over the KCRA homepage for 4 spring events last year. Travel influencers and writers, we had Tom Lomer of NPR, other travel writers there. Randy Yagi is with, he's a national travel writer for CBS. We had 9 Black travel writers from the Black Travel Writers Alliance come through. And Voyage is a magazine in France, so we're also hosting international travel writers. We're getting that exposure. Community events, we've invested our COVID savings, the rest of it, in sponsoring community events. We've also attended community events. I can say that first weekend in December was 24 Hours of Christmas because we were in Murphy's, and then I was in Valley Springs, and then I was in Angels Camp, and it was a blast. It was wonderful. But we are also working on bringing back events like the March Memorial West Festival and Taste of Calaveras with the Calaveras Wine Grape Alliance. Just to kind of expand on that a little bit, we found that the events are a huge draw to people to come up to the county and visit. Our unique events are that's what's looked at most on our website, as well as the outdoor attractions. So Calaveras Big Trees and the caves. So then our visitors guide, we distribute 50,000 copies and approximately 80,000 are downloaded from the website. The visitors guide it's a pay to play. Essentially, those who want to be in it and support it are in it. So if anyone's interested, please contact me. We'd love to include everyone that wants to be involved. But our digital marketing, we do have free online listings for all tourism-based organizations. So again, if you're interested in having that, it's free. Please contact me. I'd love to get that up for anybody who doesn't have that going. We create 48 blogs per year and 28 to 31 social media posts per month. We now have social media in-house as of July. We're doing that through our office. And the blogs and the social media focus on itineraries, the community events, outdoor attractions, individual industries, and the personal connections. People like to see Mike Croshaw from Angels Market, for example. Continuing education, the executive director attends up to 3 of these main conferences, the Outlook Forum, One West, and One West Tech Summit, which I will be going to since I'm now doing the social media, and I'll be attending that in March. And these conferences are all run by Visit California and the One West Tourism Alliance. The Film Festival, or excuse me, the Film Commission hosted and sponsored the Wild and Scenic 2024 Film Festival. We also had Property Brothers come in with HGTV, Homestead Rescue with the Discovery Channel, Ranch America on the Outdoor Channel, and then in May of 2025, we'll have the Forest and Wildfire Film Festival. I also want to take the opportunity to thank Administration CEO Hitchcock, Kathy Galino at the Econ Development for streamlining the film permitting process. It's made things a lot easier. So 2025, we continue to increase the awareness locally, domestically, and internationally of what Calaveras has to offer, collaborate with local lodging partners and businesses to create programs and packages to encourage extended stays, and invest time and CVB funds into local events, and continue to look for innovative and successful ways to market the county. Much of our success is due to the partnerships we have with these organizations. We are partners with, or we're now partnering with Michelle Plotnick with the Ebbets Pass Scenic Byway this year. And our executive director is working with Alpine County to get some TOT funding for the Ebbets Pass Scenic Byway marketing from Alpine County. So as with all of our partnerships, the goal, other than marketing Calaveras, is to reduce duplicated work and make efficient use of our resources. Our focus now going into 25 is to invite the engaged visitors to come to Calaveras to visit safely, respectfully, and responsibly while creating lifetime memories for them and maintaining the unique quality of life that we find here in Calaveras. With that, try to answer questions.
Anyone?
I don't have any questions. Thank you for your presentation.
Yes, thank you.
We've gone back and forth over the years, so I'll try to keep this as smooth as possible out of respect. This started some years ago, as you're familiar with, us on the west side with our perspectives that, you know, the services were more on the east side, which, you know, is a fact. But beyond that, you had stepped it up. I think that, you know, as an outlook for the people on the west side of the county, you should state more of what you actually do over there, because you say like lumberjack days. I mean, you state you left 2 districts completely out of this, District 1 and District 5. But I do know that you showed up and helped support the Raging Cajun Festival. I should put that
As well as the Valley Springs Christmas Parade and Craft Fair.
And those are both things that you do, but they're not here. And that's part of selling Calaveras County as a whole that we requested. So I do know you did it. I'm not saying you aren't doing it, but part of that is continuing to put it on the face along with the rest of the county. And I would hope I would see that, and that would help me when I made my decision at the end of the year on where the TOT kind of taxes are going. Because we definitely are, so to say, the redheaded stepchildren of the county.
I am making a very concerted effort to include a lot of more on social media. I hope that you're seeing that. I personally am going in
a certain degree, But you know, when you write this out
Mm-hmm.
and just this kind of portrays what you put on social media and your website
Mm-hmm.
to a certain degree, because that's where you are. So don't forget those and put them up there. And then that's all I'm saying. You know, because you do make an effort, you made a concerted effort. And you know, this would take it the extra mile that I'm looking for. Justin, sir.
Thank you for the presentation. It was very well done. I kind of echo what Supervisor Stopper has to say. It'd been kind of nice to put the Valley Springs Crafts Fair and parade in here and just acknowledge the west end of the county in those districts that you are there. It's out there for the people, much like you're advertising here. So although I thank you, you guys do a fantastic job. You really do. Good job in promoting Calaveras as a whole. So thank you.
Public comment? Or Ms. Fullendorf, real quick, did you have anything? Okay.
My name is Christopher Budner, publisher of Calaveras 2026election.com. In previous appearances before the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors, while addressing matters specifically related to the Calaveras Visitors Bureau being the recipient of public funds sourced from county transient occupancy taxes, I've been critical of the CVB's persistent misportrayal of its economic benefits to the county and its statistical manipulations employed to sidestep facts behind the county's annual tourism revenue stagnation. The CVB's repeated boasts of having produced outstanding economic value and returns relative to the county's TOT investment appear to routinely minimize or dismiss annual inflationary impacts that would otherwise be calculated utilizing the federal government's Consumer Price Index for inflationary adjustment. The fiscal year 2025-2026 budget cycle will soon take center stage during several springtime Board of Supervisors meetings. According to ledger reports I've received from County Council in response to my public records requests, cumulative TOT contributions dispersed from Calaveras County's treasury to the CVB far exceeds $2 million since mid-2019, when current Calaveras County Board of Supervisors Chair Martin Huberty assumed the role as CVB's executive director. It is unacceptable that Martin has been holding two full-time positions. One is fully funded by the taxpayers and the other partially funded by taxpayers. I intended to be standing at this podium requesting Martin provide written evidence of a very specific statement appearing in the July 10th, 2024 CVB Board of Directors meeting minutes. That statement I'm now quoting is, "Visit California says inflation does not affect those numbers." Instead, I just want to hear Martin announce today that he's resigning as the executive director of the Calaveras Visitors Bureau, that he may focus his full attention on the demands of the role of 2025 Calaveras County Board of Supervisors Chair. Notably, one of those demands is the daunting reality that all four of last term's continuing incumbent supervisors, with Martin leading the charge, are now under state scrutiny, having all concurrently been subjects of open and pending Fair Political Practices Commission cases for an assortment of campaign finance violations of the Political Reform Act. My name is Christopher Budner, publisher of Calaveras 2026election.com. Thank you. Stacy, would you please give my statements to everybody on the dais? Thank you.
Nina?
Good morning, Vice Chair Stopper and Honorable Board. Kathy Galino, Economic and Community Development. Jessica, thank you so much for the work you do. We've traveled many places from Love Creek to Valley Springs. Love the article about the horse trails, the equestrian trails we have around our lakes. I'm a horsey girl. And also want to share that the CVB has also worked with the Parks and Rec Commission in providing access to their calendar. So we now calendar local parks and recreation events that are happening, Little League signups, soccer signups, it's a great partnership with the other agencies and Parks and Recreation. So thank you.
It's one after my heart. Thank you.
Yes, very excited to partner with that. It's great.
Any further public comment? Bring this back to the board. You know, it's just an update, informational item. Is there any further things? I mean, I, for one, you know, voicing the concerns, but thank you for the work you've done. We have seen progressive steps in representation. I do want to acknowledge that. Love to see more. That's where I'm going with it.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll hand it back to you, Mr. Martin.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Stopper. So we'll move on to item 15, Madam Clerk.
Item 15, action item, behavioral health. 1, receive a presentation from the Mental Health Advisory Board. 2, accept the annual report of the Calaveras County Mental Health Advisory Board for the period of January 1, 2024 through December 31, 2024. And 3, approve updated 2024 bylaws.
Hi, my name is
Morning.
Mark McCormick. I'm the chairperson of the Behavioral Health Advisory Board. Worked for Calaveras County Behavioral Health for a lot of years as a therapist first and then as a supervisor, and I've been retired for about 5 years. Here today to discuss the annual report and the bylaws. And we're a board we're mandated to develop an annual report as part of reviewing with Calaveras County Board of Supervisors the performance and the needs of behavioral health. And really happy to be a part of this. I think this is such an important area of need in the county. And you know, it's really important to review what Calaveras County Behavioral Health is doing. So kind of broken this down in regard to review of the board and review of the agency, with the review of the agency really being the key. Basically, I really feel good about our board. I think we have the right amount of numbers, and we've been able to get Proposition 1 came in over the last year, and it encourages local boards to have representatives from the educational system, of a young adult member who is a consumer, called transitional age youth. And there's always been an encouragement to have somebody involved with veteran services, and we're able to get those people. And I think we have a good board made up of both interested community members and consumers and family members who really have some interest and awareness in behavioral health. And so I won't go into our issues a lot in the interest of time, but again, you can ask questions at the end. I'm really wanting to focus on behavioral health as an agency. And I think two of the things that kind of jump out for Calaveras County Behavioral Health is that one, the challenge of being a rural mental health program in a rural county, where the state is looking at all these counties and developing programs based on not only LA and huge counties, but, you know, counties like San Luis Obispo County that have just a lot more people, a lot more money, a lot more services. And I think one of the struggles of a small county is you only have so many administrators, so many therapists, so many people to do a limited amount of, an extensive amount of work with just a few people. So it's a challenge. And I think it's also a challenge to be one of the agencies that is both kind of a mix of county and state directed. And there's challenges within that. So one big strength that I see that has been happening there for a lot of years and it's been continued on by Director Wendy and the staff is there's great creativity. There's thinking outside the box. And I think that that is how the agency has really been able to work well on doing a lot of things despite limited clinical services. And some of that is with the Behavioral Health Services Act. So as we go to accomplishments, there's just a wealth of accomplishments that the program has done. And I won't go into a lot of specifics, but there's just a tremendous amount of programs that I mentioned as part of the Behavioral Health Services Act. And it's just a great law that offers funding to just provide help in a variety of services, both ongoing service-wise and also with a lot of prevention and help with other agencies. There's a lot of new and ongoing programs. One of the biggest, which is just in process, is having funds now to build a new building, which is it's after so many years, and it's just a tremendous thing, and that's moving forward. And then there's the Behavioral Health Bridge Housing Project, which offers funds for housing for consumers who might be homeless or at risk of homelessness. And as you know, there's not a lot of housing for low-income people in the community, other than maybe short term. And Calaveras County Behavioral Health does through this project does work with the short-term solutions such as rentals, assistance, and both in and out of county homes and a motel. And they're, hoping to get more long-term housing solutions through this. And again, there's a variety of programs within that category. I think all these programs have one of the real accomplishments is a wonderful collaboration with a lot of agencies. And that includes Sheriff's Department, the Educational Services, obviously Health and Human Services, and just a variety of programs through the Behavioral Health Services Act programs. So, and I think they're doing the best they can with what they have, including staffing successes. I think that despite some of the difficulties in getting staff, they're using basically they have been able to get for the first time in years an on-site psychiatrist. And they have 2 interns. They have contracted with telehealth, and they, have incentives for the staff around funds through the Behavioral Health Services Act in regard to offering help with their college education costs So that's great. I'm really wanted to focus a little more on challenges and some of our recommendations. I think one of the things that is the biggest thing to mention is there are administrative leaves of absences over 2024. And I think, as a board, we only know so much about the reasons for that, and really probably should only know that. But what we do know is that we could see this was an impact particularly when Director Wendy was on leave of absence. It was a great impact on their staff. There were a lot of questions, a lot of confusion, a lot of rumors, and a lot of stress. And we as a board had some of that, not to that degree, obviously, but some of the same kind of questions is, what's going on, what's happening, is, are we going to have this, something new, what are the reasons for this? What are we missing? Those kind of questions. So the hope is that that gets worked out, however that can happen, so that the staff continues to move on and that doesn't get in the way of any of their work. And one of the pluses, which is a recommendation, but really more of a positive, is that the agency is working on developing a lot of programs to encourage staff cohesion and improve staff functioning that way. So I think that's really good. I think possibly one of the reasons for the leaves of absence, there's been a lack of administrative, in our minds anyway, a lack of administrative communication and transparency between the HHSA director and the director of behavioral health. And I think particularly on fiscal and budgeting issues. And we sort of saw that in regard to not getting some of our needs met, in regard to, as a board, we want to know what's going on enough to really make some good decisions and input on how the agency's functioning. And we weren't able through the years to get as clear of a picture on, how were the contracts going, how things move fiscally. And part of the issue was that information wasn't moved down to the director. And so in our minds, that gets in the way of her ability to, make decisions for the agency, knowing the funding. And so we would hope that there's a remedy that way. For example, at some point, the fiscal division, at least some of it, was with behavioral health, and there was a lot more coordination when that model was happening. There was a lot more coordination between behavioral health staff and particularly the director and fiscal staff. So there was it was easier to make decisions clinically, and the staff knew a lot more of what was going on. It might be something to consider going back to that. And, another recommendation was basically there's this evergreen solutions review that's going on with HHSA, and of course behavioral health is part of that, and that this issue just be looked at specifically as part of that review process. The other big issues, one is just this ongoing issue with just a shortage of clinical therapists. And we have talked about this for the last few years that I've given the annual reports. And it's basically the same reasons, that have been exacerbated by the pandemic. There's less people in the field. There's, behavioral health is a very difficult, position. And, it's, a lot of people decide they'd rather move into private practice. They'd rather go to a private nonprofit agency. They'd rather get more money in an urban area. There's all these reasons. But I think the most important thing is what can Calaveras County do about that? And our hope is that salary increases be looked at, incentives like occur with the sheriff's departments, and things like, some kind of additional funds for moving to a new area, that kind of stuff. And we support the agency continuing to look at telehealth services, even though there's a lot of work to be done with that. There's a lot of kinks to be worked out. And also to look at private nonprofit agencies. There's one of the great coordinations with the school is the wellness program at various schools. And that's done through behavioral health contracting with Sierra Child and Family Services, a private nonprofit agency. And we've worked with them, or the agencies worked with them a lot over the last 10 years, maybe. And they've offered great services. And also there's less private therapists in the community that are doing minimal Medi-Cal services. There's been a loss in that, and that needs to be looked at. And also along with that, and maybe just as important or more important, is there's a shortage of mid-management supervision clinicians, supervising clinicians who play a big role in regard to supervising, particularly unlicensed clinicians, but they offer the day-to-day supervision. And for a long time, there were two in addition to the director, and now there's none. And so that's a real limit. And I think it puts the agency at risk for not having enough licensed supervision. And it puts a great burden on the director who has to, be available. I mean, she's going to be available for a lot of crisis situations anyway, but the day-to-day other, less serious issues that might come up. And when she has to deal with that, it takes her away from all the other things. So I think that's our recommendations on that mainly. And it'd be the same things, reaching out to, well, basically, doing whatever it takes to get people, maybe doing part-time, maybe doing even a certain amount of phone supervision, although that's not ideal because it's not on site. So that's our recommendations at this point, and I thank you for letting us do that. I think I'll take questions on that before we move on, if you have any.
Does the board have any questions? Do we have any public comment? So this is an action item. Do I have a motion?
Well, we got a few things here. We got the bylaws. The rest is pretty much informational items. So the way I'm reading it is the bylaws are what we're voting on.
Oh, correct. But
Oh, do you want me to go into the bylaws next then?
No, we've all read them, unless someone has a question out there.
Yeah. No, I was doing it all in one fell swoop. Do you have any issues?
No, I don't have any issues with the bylaws as I saw in the packet.
Yeah, so I mean, if we're fine with the bylaws, I'll make a motion to approve the bylaws.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
5-0. Thank you.
Thank you for your
Thank you very much,
report.
Mr. McCoy.
Okay, in closing, I also just wanted to take the moment to thank Supervisor Gary for all your work with us over the last 3 years, and really appreciate that. And also wanted to thank Supervisor Ben for your involvement at least one time this year and your help. Appreciate that, and want to welcome you, Supervisor Martin, to
I
our
look forward to working
board.
with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
So we'll move on to item number 16.
Item 16, action item, Public Works, select a slogan for the Clean California Keep Rivers Clean project.
Supervisor, Mr. Chair, Supervisor Hubbard. Before we get started,
You need to take a break?
no, I would like to pull this item off the agenda.
Oh, okay.
I think it's only fair because of the COG board, and COG is very involved in this and getting the grants to do the monuments. I think it's only fair. They have a meeting coming up on Wednesday.
Okay.
Next Wednesday, not tomorrow, but to give them a chance to weigh in on this and possibly forward some of their recommendations on what we could look at for this naming of the slogan for the Keep Calaveras Clean project.
How does the board feel about that?
The chair of the call, I will, whatever.
What Gary said.
Yeah. Well, it's what
Can
the
I-
board, if my board member is recommending that, I'm not gonna counter it, that could be, I'm not gonna comment on it, if it, other than I will support if it does need to get on the agenda, and I will just need to modify the agenda for next week. If
Yeah,
that
we-
day be the case.
I think we've already talked to Melissa about it. And we'll bring it back, and since it's next Wednesday, we'll be able to get it back on the agenda for our next board meeting.
Thank you.
I just have a question for Kelly. Is there any issue with continuing this item to a future board meeting?
Absolutely not.
All right, perfect.
This was a grant that the Department of Public Works applied for, so I mean, we're happy to present in front of the COG board. This is my board to bring this to, so.
Great. Thank you. So we'll pull it and bring it back.
Sure, I support that too.
Thank you.
Thanks for asking.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, just for clarification, we'll be tabling this to the
Next-
February 11th.
Yeah, I think technically,
We need a
we should
motion.
have a motion to continue it.
Right.
Okay.
So if someone wants to make the motion and
You
then.
make that motion?
Yes, I make that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
5-0. Thank you, Kelly. We'll move on to item number 17. Madam Clerk.
Item 17, ordinance building, conduct a public hearing, adopt an ordinance repealing sections 17.17.090C and section 1718.080C of the Calaveras County Code to remove zoning code references to the repealed cannabis background clearance badge program. Authorize a summary publication of the ordinance, find ordinance exempt from CEQA.
Morning, Chair, members of the board, Doug Oliver, Chief Building Official. What I bring to your board is a very simple cleanup item in our ordinance code. But there's a couple of areas that could be a little confusing, so I want to give you just a very brief rundown of the process of how we got here. Essentially, this item.
Excuse me, I'm supposed to open a public hearing. So we're opening a public hearing. Thank you.
Very well.
Apologize.
So this item ran concurrently with the previous item your board voted on to repeal the cannabis background clearance badges. However, this had to take a separate process because these two separate ordinance codes were in the zoning ordinance, which requires a path through the planning commission. So your planning commission heard this item on February 22nd of last year, and they considered the resolution to repeal these two code sections. However, at the time, the new zoning ordinance had not been adopted, and those code sections read as 1791-090C and 1795-080C. So the planning commission passed that resolution to your board. And then the zoning ordinance changed, so it went to 1717 and 1718 respectively. So that might be a little bit confusion there. The language, however, has not changed. Those ordinance codes read identical to previous code sections. And therefore, the path is intact. We did not bring this item to your board with the last board item for the CBCB repeal because it was felt at the time rightly so that should we have brought this forward on the same day and the first item be struck down, then we'd be bringing you something that didn't need to be brought forward. So council wisely indicated we should hold off on that, so we're bringing it to you today. Essentially, this is a repeal of two code sections that merely say that if you're going to be a retailer or a cannabis cultivator, you are required to adhere to 9.22, which no longer exists. So what you'd be voting on is simply cleaning up ordinances that direct you to nowhere. So that's essentially the long and short of it. If there's any questions, I would like to say that I was working with the planning department on this for the entire path through to this point, and our planning director is in the back there if you have any questions for him.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any questions from the board?
Just thank you for the cleanup work. Appreciate it.
Is there any other comment on this issue? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for a motion.
Before there's a motion, I would just like to say, at least ask the two board members that prior voted against doing away with the badges and then came back and brought it back and voted to do it. Before we vote on this and eliminate it, I would like to ask if you guys would bring it back and rethink what you're doing about eliminating badges. If you're not, I'm going to vote no on this because of the fact I disagree. I think the badges was a good program. I thought it made it safe for everybody with the community, with some of these farms that are close by homes. So.
Thank you, Supervisor. I for one will stick with my vote, and I appreciate your concern and thank you for bringing it up, but I will stick on my vote.
Does anybody else have anything to say? I'll make a motion.
I apologize for interrupting. You may have said, did you close the public hearing? Thank you.
I'll make a motion supporting the cleanup and removal of this in all ordinances as he stated, because I don't know if I can repeat it the proper way.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
4-1. Thank you, Mr. Oliver.
Chairman, before we go to the next item, can we take a 5-minute?
We'll have a 5-minute break.
10-minute,
Back
whatever.
at say 10:55. Sorry about that. Okay, thank you. And now we're on to our final informational item, number 18. Madam Clerk.
Item 18, informational item planning, provide staff with policy direction for development of the short-term vacation rental ordinance.
Thank you. Turn it over to Peter and Brett.
Good morning, thank you. Peter Maurer, Special Projects Administrator. For a few more weeks. So when I came on as the interim director in April, one of the assignments that I got was to prepare a short-term vacation rental ordinance. I believe it was something that former Director Elliott was working on. I inherited that, working with the building department, fire chiefs, county council. We created a draft ordinance and put it out for public comment and review together with a draft environmental document. We got comments, lots of comments. And they were very, very productive comments of a lot of issues. Since then, we've met several times, Supervisors Hupperty and Follendorf, both county council and the CEO, to say, okay, well, how do we respond to these comments? And there are some significant policy issues that need to be addressed. And rather than us write up something and then to hear, oh, no, we don't want to do that, I was going to reverse that order. Let's hear what you, board, as the policymakers, want to do. And then we will craft the ordinance based on that direction. This is similar to what we've done previously on different controversial topics. I remember having a long workshop similar to this with the cannabis ordinance several years ago. So been there and done that. And so this will be a good opportunity to get feedback from the board so that when we come back with the draft ordinance, it'll be at least in the general direction of what you want us to prepare as well. There's likely to be tweaks and changes that will need to be made through the process, but we want to have the general direction given to us today. So I've sort of gone over, the issues. There's a list of questions that I'd like to go through, but I would suggest if there's general questions that you want to ask us now, then I would suggest turn it over to the public, get their input before we then come back and discuss each of these issues. And there may be other issues that we haven't thought of that you want to bring up. Give us direction on that. So do you have any questions of us at this point?
Board like to jump in?
I think listening and hearing what they have to say first, and then, I can throw my crowbar inside the spokes after that.
Okay. Yeah. Brett, you think I should wait then as well?
I think that's a good idea to hear from the public.
Thank you. All right, so we'll go to public comment.
General public comment. On one hand, you're saying you guys.
One moment. If you could come up to the podium first. Thank you. Thanks, Kelly.
Thank you. Janet Romanowski with Murphy's Vacation Homes. A general comment is, if you guys have kind of talked about questions and have things out here, I think most of us are working off kind of the draft ordinance from before, and I don't know what you've come up with to say, oh, you're right, that makes no sense. So it's a little hard for us to put in comments on something that we're going to find out later. You guys have already decided it made no sense. So my suggestion would be to kind of go the opposite way. I mean, that makes more sense to me to know what you guys have already changed or decided against, because it sounds like you've got some comments there.
I think we should go ahead and get the rest of the public comment, and then we'll bring it back to the board. And then if we need to, we'll go back to the public.
Okay, my name is Kelly Steller. I'm with Cedar Creek Realty. I own offices in Arnold and in Murphy's. I've been in the vacation rental business for 25 years right here in Calaveras County, specifically up in Arnold. We do have some serious concerns about this proposal's practicality and its potential unintended consequences to our community. I understand the desire for oversight for the STRs, but we need to be realistic about what our county can effectively manage. The county is already facing significant workforce challenges. Adding a complex permitting process would place an unreasonable burden on an already stretched staff. The sheer volume of STRs in our county would make timely permit processing nearly impossible. Delays would frustrate property owners and potentially cost our county valuable tourism revenue. We're looking at creating a bottleneck that could harm both property owners and our local economy. Perhaps most concerning is the impact on our Arnold cabin community. Many of those cabins, while perfectly safe and having hosted visitors for years, might not meet the strict technical requirements of the proposed permit system, simply due to their age and original construction date. This creates an untenable situation where responsible property owners might be forced to either stop renting entirely or continue operating outside the system, which would dramatically affect the TOT revenue. The county stands to lose significant TOT revenue, funds that are relied for essential services. Let me emphasize the broader economic stakes we're dealing with. Our community's lifeblood is tourism. It's not just a part of our economy, it is our economy. Many of our residents have built their livelihoods around the STR market, from property management to cleaning services to maintenance work. If this permitting system forces STR owners to close their doors, the ripple effects would be devastating. Our local businesses, restaurants, shops, service providers, all depend heavily on the steady stream of visitors that STRs bring to our area. Bear Valley Ski Resort, a cornerstone of our tourist economy, relies on having adequate lodging options for its guests. If we reduce our STR inventory through overly restrictive permitting, we're not just affecting individual property owners, we are threatening the very foundation of our local economy. There are several specific aspects of STR management that have been raised: guest limits, noise concerns, and local contact requirements. The county has already acknowledged that occupancy numbers haven't been a significant issue in our community. The current self-reporting maximum through our online TOT registration system has proven adequate. There's no need to complicate a system that is working. Now I'm going to turn this over to Jesse. He will address noise and what.
Thank you, Jesse.
Morning, Board. Jesse Gibbs. I own Century 21 CR Properties, which also has offices in Arnold, Murphys, and Angels Camp. So some of the other concerns we've had regarding noise and neighborhood disturbances. While we appreciate the intent behind implementing fines for repeat offenders, we need to consider the practical challenges of enforcement. Monitoring and documenting these complaints would require additional resources our county just doesn't have. Instead of creating an unwieldy enforcement system, we should focus on strengthening our existing ordinances that apply equally to all properties, whether they are rentals or not. As for the requirement for local contact person, we agree that having someone within the county who can quickly address issues makes sense. However, the proposed method of mandatory neighbor notification is problematic. Forcing owners to distribute contact information to all neighboring properties could create an unnecessary tension and potentially lead to harassment situations. We should trust property owners to manage their relationships with their neighbors as they see fit. Many responsible owners already share their contact information with neighbors they trust. This organic approach maintains community harmony better than any mandatory system could. Adding the local contact information to the online registration process should suffice for this. Another concern, and one that we just want to make sure is addressed because there's critical misconception about housing availability. Some have suggested that short-term rentals or restricting short-term rentals would somehow increase our full-time rental housing stock. This fundamentally misunderstands the nature of our mountain community real estate market. The reality is that most properties in our upper Highway 4 area are second homes, significant investments that their owners have specifically chosen for occasional personal use and short-term rentals. These aren't properties that would naturally convert to long-term rentals. The economics simply don't work. Mortgages, and we know how fire insurance has gone up, payments on these high-value properties far exceed what our market could support for a long-term rental. In regards to zoning, many of our residential areas, especially up in Arnold, already are self-regulated through HOA policies. Numerous associations have already made their own determinations about short-term rentals, either restricting or prohibiting them entirely. This demonstrates that our community already has effective mechanisms in place for managing rental activities at the neighborhood level. We should continue to respect the authority of HOAs to make these decisions for their specific communities rather than imposing one size fits all for a county. And last, we'll have Jamie.
Morning, sorry, just getting a little cold, but I'm Jamie Yarnell Poras. I'm an agent for the last 20 years in Arnold and a lifelong Arnold resident. And I just kind of wanted to wrap up with a couple of last thoughts here. I think it's important that we look at the historical perspective. Short-term rentals have been a fundamental part of our community for over half a century. While we experienced an unprecedented surge during the COVID years, as did many vacation destinations, our rental market has naturally regulated itself back to normal seasonal patterns with minimal community impact. The reality is simple. Our current registration system with the TOT board works. It provides the necessary oversight while maintaining the flexibility our community needs. We don't need to fix what isn't broken. We need to preserve what is working. Our community has successfully managed vacation rentals for over 50 years. Let's not dismantle decades of successful community practice with unnecessary regulation. The simple, proven solution is right in front of us. Maintain our current registration systems, preserve our community's character, and continue the traditions that have served us well for generations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jamie. So do we have any, oh, Janet?
Thank you. I'm Janet Romanowski. My husband and I have Murphy's Vacation Homes. When we first came to Murphy's 25 years ago, the choice was to stay at the Murphy's Hotel. And I don't know if any of you guys have stayed in, I think it's room 12, right above the bar, where you hear all the good lines of people heading out at 2 o'clock in the morning. It wasn't the best in terms of lodging. We couldn't bring our dog. It was just not great lodging. But that made us decide that we wanted to buy in this community. So that's what we did. So we've been in this community for a long time. A long time. About 9 years ago, we made a decision that we would take the property and convert part of it into a vacation rental. Now, we went through all the processes that we had to do through the planning department, all the things that they wanted to see. In that 9 years, we've since added 3 other properties, so 4 properties. We have never had a complaint about noise. We've never been called in for a problem from a neighbor. All the neighbors know us. We're very responsible. My concern is you have an ordinance here that is going to get the people that are kind of the bad ones, the ones that cause the problems, the ones that park all the boats and vehicles or whatever this is talking about. You're going to get those in the net, but you're also going to get people that really are good landlords, good vacation property managers that take a responsibility in this. I know for myself, we take pride in ours. We are not slumlords. We take very good care of our guests. One of the things when I look through this is what she talks about is going back to square one and having people go back through the process. I think what we're going to find, and I don't know the areas outside of Murphy's, but for example, in downtown Murphy's, you have older homes. They were done with small bedrooms, oftentimes no closet. You also have parking issues. You have very small lots, some that don't have any parking. So we've all kind of made do, and you park as best you can. I will tell you, we have parking for our guests, so that's not an issue. I'm not up here to try to say we shouldn't do that. But I'll take a look at something you said on the original draft was, on one hand, you say there will only be 1 vehicle per bedroom, and then you talk about a capacity. So for example, if you say it's a 4-bedroom and you're going to park 4 vehicles, then when I have my book group that comes back every year, it's 4 women. They don't mind sleeping in the same bed. They're not on couches. They all want to drive separate cars. They're coming from different parts of the state. But you're telling us here we can only have 4 vehicles and there's a parking capacity. That's going to be a problem. And I think also just the whole thing about saying that people have to park off street. Drive in downtown Murphy's and look at some of the rentals. There's no way they can comply. And when you look at that, so what we're going to do is we're going to lose rentals. Oftentimes those little cottages that have no parking, that might have the small bedrooms, are some of the most affordable vacation rentals.
Thank you, Janet. Thank you very much. I'll bring it back to the board, and I'd like to jump in first and say that the majority of short-term rentals are in my district. And in reading the staff report, I stopped and asked myself, what's the objective here? Why did I agree to then say we need to look at a short-term rental ordinance? And the primary reason for me was safety, and that's not addressed in the staff report. I feel very strongly that the Upper Highway 4 corridor evacuation is number one in the back of my head. And when CEO Hitchcock and I were at the RCRC meeting, we spoke with a woman who gave a presentation from Truckee. And one of the smartest things I heard her say was that visitors leave on a warning. And I think that for me, this registration certificate, however it comes together, I think our visitors need to know that they need to leave on a warning so that our constituents can then leave on a mandatory, and we're staggering it. I also think it's very important that we know that each and every, and these are all the good actors in the room. I mean, all of the evacuation information, the smoke detectors, fire extinguishers. I do think that there should be a self-registration process where all of that is signed off by the landlord. I do believe that with STRs, with Airbnb, the best policemen out there are the guests because they report directly on Airbnb how their stay was, what was good, what was bad. I do think that there are those things like garbage collection and making sure that people do park responsibly and not in the middle of the road. And if their driveway isn't plowed, that is an issue. But we have locals that do it. And we also have second homeowners that do that as well. I go back to that phrase, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And that's where I think Jamie was saying that as well. I do think it's important that we do have a system in place that we continue to monitor, that we continue to build on, and just make sure that we have nothing but good actors. I know that you've also talked about who should be responsible or who should be getting that call. I think the supervisor of that district should be getting the call because I can mitigate a lot of things by dealing directly with the people involved. I know, for example, Kelly ends up dealing with properties that she doesn't represent because people call her thinking that that's one of their properties and she deals with it. I want to back up what everybody said. This is a huge issue for us because ultimately it's our bread and butter. And I don't want to do anything or impose anything that's going to create any kind of friction that would stop people. I know that Kelly was telling me, I think when we met Peter and CEO Hitchcock, that she'd already lost a sale because somebody thought that we were going to start regulating STRs. And that's not my intention at all. And I hope that the rest of the board follows suit. And I also want to reiterate that even if we were to regulate STRs, there's no way that workforce housing is going to be able to afford these properties at this time. I do feel the noise ordinance is important. Of course, it always comes back to how do you, enforce these. But I do think that they're a fine for people, and I do think that we need to look after our locals. We do have a lot of locals that have their own STRs, and I think of all the locals that I know that run their own STRs or run them through a company, I've never heard anything. It's all the owners that live out of the county that aren't answering their phone at 2 o'clock in the morning when their guests are making noise. So again, I guess I'd like to make this as simple as possible, but for my taste, I just want to make sure that everybody has the right evacuation information and that the properties have the right smoke detectors, fire extinguishers, parking, and garbage collection. And for the most part, with these companies, they make sure that happens. It's just to put it in writing so that the bad actors we can take action against. That's my 2 cents.
If I may, sir.
Yeah, please.
Thank you, Chair. I agree when it comes to workforce housing and stuff, just, homes that are selling for $800,000 up that corridor are going to be, mortgages $4,000 to $5,000 a month, if not more, with the FAIR plan included. So that's just not viable for someone that's in that area, with the majority of you being on the Highway 4 corridor. And I will add that with the other industry I work in, when it comes to grants and stuff, with people that actually live there, the median household income is lower than in my district. So we're able to get grants for infrastructure up there, but not down in Rancho Calaveras per se, which really surprised me, if you look at the 2 areas. That said, we don't, you know, with more hotels coming in, we still don't have enough for people when they come in the area. So to stymie it, I mean, they started putting Airbnbs down in Rancho Calaveras in areas just so people could visit families and stuff. Looking at different ways, I don't want to shut any business down that's going right now with new rules after the fact. I wouldn't want to put them in a bad spot if they're a good actor. I completely agree. You know, if anything, I think that there needs, I agree with you, Martin. I can shorten up my whole thing is I agree with you when it comes to safety. But to try to limit the industry or put people out of business at this time would not be beneficial to our community as a whole. There's something that you didn't bring up is the thought on parking, I think comes from, I apologize, Amanda, but from the Lake Tulloch area. Because they'll have people completely congest a street to where people that live there can't get home. And it's navigating how we deal with that so that, you know, people can get home, much less if there is a fire, they can get out of the area so that cars aren't blocking their way. So I think that's another consideration. Thank you.
I'm the only district currently that actually has a permitting process. I guess, for me, I, have been happy with the way that county staff and the realtors and the homeowners in Copper have utilized, dealing with the issues and the problem. I will disagree. What I don't necessarily want those phone calls. It has been helpful to have that property manager and then dealing with the property manager when things do elevate. And there have been a handful in Copper, and then working with the respective staff. But for the most part, I have found that when those phone calls come in, they're able to work on it locally. And I think that the biggest thing is just reinforcing the common sense. And some individuals are not having that common sense. And I've liked the existing system, but I understand and I know that plastering somebody's phone number all over, there will possibly be some form of harassment. So how we cone that in, I am open to supporting those ideas. But I don't necessarily want to be getting hit with those phone calls. I have liked that middle person, however that works out. With the parking, I think the parking came into play because of trailers really with the boat launch. But I have seen when Supervisor Callaway was here, we discussed it. You know, there's just some neighborhoods are still neighborhoods that people live in and are they come home from work and there's 10 cars outside and they can't even park in front of their house. And so how that looks like with the parking, while I recognize in my district, it does have to do with the trailers, with the boat launch. I think we need to help, and that's been one of my #1 complaints that I've received is how do you work with the parking situations in some of these places? And I get it, you know, in your district, there is no parking. But that doesn't mean that they shouldn't have the opportunity to find what that solution is. I have talked with some of you individuals in the public. I think in the initial start of this, there was definitely misinformation with this was going to solve our workforce housing. That was not my intent. I don't think that was the objective of where we were going with this. It was more of we've got complaints. We don't know how to total them. And right now, the only process was in District 4. in the copper area, there was a process of how to deal with that and deal with the bad actors. And I think it opened up another set of why we're here today. So I know it won't solve the workforce housing. I know that's not part of this, and that is not my intent. And I do agree with the other two supervisors. I don't know, and we've talked at length about it. I don't know what it looks like, whether it's permitting, registration. I think we need to make it as easy as we can with change. No one likes change. It's gonna be a bump in the road to however this looks like, but adding unnecessary paperwork that doesn't need to be needed, I am open to what those look like. Is it a self-reporting versus a permit? Is it, some other avenue? I am fine and open to those recommendations and supporting that process. But just know if I do say permitting, I'm gonna have to change my word. I'm just meaning, how do we recognize everyone? And then lastly, I do thank all of you for coming and being part of this. I know it has caused some of you some blood pressure going up and down. But thank you for your patience with working with us as individuals and understanding what this can look like. I think we can build something that's successful, that helps everybody going forward. And one thing I told staff, I just don't like the fact that we've got one area of the county and we do something and then the rest of the county, there's nothing. And so what does that look like? How do we put those sideboards and expand it outside of just my district alone? Because it is confusing. I think we've had numerous issues in front of this board where we've had to decide things because there was a avenue to deal with those situations, and we need to address them. And then the HOAs, I've got 9 HOAs I deal with down in Copper. They have expressed making sure that they do not want to see this go away. They do understand, and I'm hoping the rest of the HOAs in the county understand this. If they want something more restrictive and they want to deal with it differently, then they need to deal with that in the CCNRs. That is not our responsibility. This is just a basic, simple, hopefully simple, but the overview, and what they decide within their boards and their HOAs, it is their responsibility to do. And so I think that has been a confusion on some HOAs as well, where they want certain specific things, and that's not my goal, is to address that. If they want to address that, they need to push that back. And be responsible within their own community to deal with that. So anyways, I'm done.
Actually,
Thank-
Amanda, could I add on to that? Because ultimately, whatever the CCNRs are, usurp whatever we
Yes.
have out there.
Correct.
So they can be more restrictive.
And that's what I'm saying. They have asked, some comments I've gotten from HOAs is, well, can you add this and that? It's like, no, that's not the intent of this. Like, you want it more restrictive,
You do it.
you do it over the counties.
I'd also like to point out too, that Lakemont HOA has actually said in the past to me that it's the second homeowners that are actually making more noise and more trouble too. So the onus is not just on short-term rentals. You can't have 5,000 to 7,000 people come in for a concert and not have a place for them to stay. I mean, this is a huge part, as we said, of our economy. But I also just one last time want to point out that the last time that we did an evacuation on Highway 4, it took an hour and a half for people to leave. And after we've seen all the video of Palisades and what have you, we just know how important it is. And so again, I just want to reiterate safety. Did we have, sorry, Supervisor Toffenelli, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, you both, you and Amanda have the gist of all of this. Highway 4 corridor is basically where most of all of the short-term rentals are. There are a few in District 5 now, and are a few in mine, but I don't get any complaints. I haven't had any complaints really on any short-term rentals, and any loud noises or too many people there or anything like that. But I think it's it's gonna be difficult to craft something, giving all this information just because of the differences in the areas with Lake Tulloch area, and it's close to the valley where people come up, and being on the board the length of time that I have, I think most of the complaints that we've heard and people have come and public comments or whatever has come from the Lake Tulloch area. Not so whole much from the Arnold area and up that way. There have been some, and most of those were the driveways going up to some of the areas in Arnold where the homes are, and short-term rental people were using the wrong driveways or blocking the driveways or whatever because they go up and they're not supposed to. But that's an issue I don't think we can solve here with an ordinance. But I think it's going to be very difficult. But I think it can be done. I think we can do what we can. There needs to be something in place in case we do have explosions that come up, that we can fall back on. I'm with Amanda, the phone calls. I'm open to everybody. It could call me in my district, whatever, but I think there should be a route that it needs to go before it comes to the board or comes to the supervisor. Much like a lot of other things, the general public goes through the areas, and when they don't get satisfaction to them, then they contact the supervisor.
Just to add to that real quick, because I agree with you both. My immediate thought, Martin, was something to the sense of, it's like when we get certain code compliance issues in it, it's forwarded to us as a supervisor email. And then, at that point, it's up to the supervisor whether they're going to talk to anybody or not.
Thank you. Supervisor Randall.
So in District 2, it looks a little different. And I don't necessarily see this as a one size fits all. I think that what works for Arnold and Murphy's, where most of our tourism is, and Lake Tulloch, needs to be looked at differently than, say, Railroad Flat or West Point. We don't have a lot of tourism up there. We do have some STVRs. I know of one that's working great. It's the owners live on the same property. They regulate it themselves. It looks wonderful. To that effect, I was curious as why we're saying no ADUs. To me, that seems like almost a perfect opportunity in rural areas such as District 2, because you have the owners there to manage their own rental. Evacuation issues is also a very big deal up there. I visited a community just a couple of weeks ago that's one way in, one way out of a very, windy dirt road. And they have a new rental up there short term, and it's caused a lot of problems in that neighborhood. So I think that we need to look at this on a community basis. And, I've gotten a ton of calls and emails with people on both sides. There's some that are doing it great. I'd like to reach out to some of the realtors in my district and see about help such as you folks give in your areas. I think that could be a good outlet. And as a supervisor, I would be happy to also work with owners. I don't want to put more work on our county. I don't want owners to feel threatened by having to post their numbers, but I think there has to be something in place to kind of regulate this. Sorry, one other, one of my constituents that did reach out to me was concerned about the noise and what that puts on the sheriff's department with having to go out with their little noise odometer and how effective or ineffective that really is.
Because there is traction on the west side of the county. I've heard, we know of people that ski at Kirkwood and stay on the west side of the county, which is great. So we'll hand it. Oh, sorry.
Just a legal question for Sarah, because we've been through this before with other ordinances. How is it making it? It's generally a lot more work and not very simple to make a ordinance that's for the county that's different for different areas, it applies differently.
Yes, it could be complicated.
Which
Which is not to say that it's not doable in some way, but yes, it would be complicated. And if I may too, just on the ADU question, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but it's my understanding that state law, there are prohibitions in state law for utilizing ADUs as short-term rentals because of the housing crisis and looking for more long-term housing. So I assume that's the reason why they were carved out here.
Too, when we streamlined the ADU process in Calaveras County, we stated in there for that type of thing. So at the same time, it sort of conflicts with what we stated why we were streamlining the ADU process here.
Yeah, I think,
Not that it's illegal or for our reasons.
right. I think our hands are tied to some extent, and that's the reason why that was.
That's
adopted.
correct. The state law prohibited, when we updated our ADU ordinance in 2017, we included that prohibition in it because it was required by the state.
So we'll hand it back to you.
Okay, well, that's some good general direction. I sort of get a sense of where you want to go with it. So I guess the first, if you just turn to page 222 on your binder, there's a list of questions, some options. We can sort of go through those, discuss them. There's some recommendations that we have made. And if there's anything else in there we want to talk about.
It says packet page.
Item on the agenda.
Okay, well.
Discuss the summary. Some of the
The issue, I think the issue is that there's two different the board, if you're accessing through your, so it is in fact page 222 of the public packet. It's the first page of the staff report for this item.
230, okay. So the first question is, do we want a permit process or registration process? I think I've heard that answer pretty clearly. We don't want to go through a lengthy, permit process. I don't think the staff can handle it anyway. On second thought, after looking at the first draft, trying to process 700 permits, harken back to the urgency ordinance days of the cannabis ordinance, and don't need to go through that again. So we already have a registration process for the TOT tax. One of the things that we'll need to sort of figure out is, do we want to register it with the planning department, or do you want to have the registration continue through the treasurer tax collector? I don't think it really matters. And I think that it's something that probably the tax collector and the planning director can sort of work out without having, unless you as a body have a really strong feeling one way or the other about that.
May I just make a suggestion, Peter? Regardless, they'll have to go to the tax collector because of the TOT taxes and everything. And with so many different businesses in the Calaveras County having to go all over the county and try to figure out what they're doing, let's try and keep it with one place. The tax collector, if that's okay by the tax collector, check with her.
I think Lahua, this was brought up at the strategic planning yesterday, and she's willing to take that on.
Excellent, excellent. So in that case, I think it's best to keep it one place and keep it more simpler and streamlined as opposed to other processes in the county, like a business license.
Wrong page. So the second question I had then is, where would we want to allow the short-term rentals? All residential zones? Do we want to restrict it from ag zones or multifamily? I think that our recommendation would be that any zone that allows a single family dwelling, that would be where you could do this. I do have a concern about conversion of apartments. that is one of the few places we do have affordable housing, that those be converted to essentially a motel type of unit. I think there's also some building code issues that we need to address on that. So our recommendation would be that single-family homes, these can be used for vacation rentals, but not multifamily dwellings.
And I hear what you're saying, but we also have like condo units that could, just so that, because there's condos that aren't necessarily in the affordable housing or townhouse style in certain instances, that I just want to be open to other buildings that could be viewed as a multi-resident and not restrict those. Mr. Oliver, I saw him stand up.
Larry Oliver, Chief Building Official. The building code has a significant distinction between single-family dwelling and a hotel. And in multifamily housing and converting that into a hotel is a significant leap as well. And the defining factor is whether it's transient lodging. And with a single-family dwelling, typically, if you have permanent lodging, you have one family, you have one level of hazard. You go to transient lodging, you have one home that can house people transiently. So that's the public, but in maybe one family increments. As soon as you move a condominium with 4 or more dwelling units into the realm of transient lodging, now you have a lot of the public rotating through a building. The level of potential hazard goes up dramatically. We have to classify any structure based on what it most closely resembles in the code. So when you make the leap from multifamily, as soon as you make a transient lodging, we have to classify it as a hotel, whereas with a house, it's a gray area. When you make a transient lodging, it's only one family. One of them's rotating, one of them's not. There's layers of code that we would have to sift out which is why so many jurisdictions have made their own rules and said, this is the gray area. So here's where it's safe and here's where it's not. So I would be very cautious about entertaining any multifamily housing becoming transient lodging for any reason.
Could I ask you, how do B&Bs fit into this whole equation?
There's specific language in a bed for bed and breakfast in the residential code, and you're limited to the amount of units or amount of sleeping units within that building, and the owner has to live there. So there's a certain level of direct supervision and management, which reduces that risk. So that there's clear direction in the building code for that. My 2 pennies.
I completely hear what you're saying and it makes sense. But in an instance of a townhouse where it's 2 units or certain condos, now condominium areas generally there's a lot of units, but a condo can be a lot like a townhouse in the sense of how it's arranged. And you could have 4 condos in an area owned by 4 different people. And many times they're used as such. So I agree when it gets over a certain number in an area, definitely. But when it's like up to 4 units in an area and it's not necessarily an apartment building or apartments, because there's some small apartments that are 4 units. I just have a hard time restricting those because some of those are built in areas, not necessarily a lot in Calaveras, but there are certain areas where the intention is for turnover. So, also we got, transient. And so that's where I'm having a hard time restricting it. I completely agree when we get a large apartment building and becomes transient, we don't want that. That's such a high flow of vehicles, and then we have a road impact mitigation matter that we have to think of along with safety and everything else.
I'm just recommending caution and
Yeah.
a lot more discussion and definitely bringing in our local fire chiefs into this because if multiple occupancies, all switching or the potential to have transient and permanent in the same building, it raises questions that we really need to explore.
I agree. At volume, I agree 100%.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doug. Any other questions?
It is a thing.
It is, and we definitely have multiple units, townhomes in our district, in my district.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So is there a consensus or direction from the board on how you want us to handle zoning and where short-term rentals would be allowed or prohibited?
I don't see prohibitive. I mean, like you brought up ag, and that would defeat the purpose of ag tourism. So, so, I mean, come up with some ideas on the multi-units so we can look at them later. From my perspective, I'm not sure what other supervisors have in mind.
No,
but
I'd be interested to look. at
I'm
the ag as well.
fairly open on zoning when it comes to it. I can't think of anything right offhand other than, you know, government public land probably shouldn't be used for Airbnb. It's the only one I'm suggesting no.
We could bring in an extra income here.
I would just ask that we are specific with our ag uses as far as around ag tourism, opposed to just a random, STVR on a big piece of land. Just kind of watch that and be specific on how we write it in.
For ag, Doug and I have had these conversations over the last couple years. As long as we don't get into a realm where we've got to now deal with a whole like hip camp scenario, I really want to avoid that. But I'm open to, with like Ben said, we've got ag tourism, we're trying to promote that, so I'm fine with it.
All right, thank you. So the next question we have then is, just going down my list, is should there be a number or a limit on the number of guests? That's a tricky one, particularly as we will be moving more towards a registration process. We have no intention of inspecting and seeing how many guests are out there. So it's, it's going to be dependent on the unique characteristics of the site. Do they have enough parking to accommodate 8 vehicles? Is there enough bedroom space? And if someone wants to put in a loft full of bunk beds, I guess that's up to the owner. But as long as the occupancy doesn't create a safety hazard, either by, not enough exiting from the building or egress from the side or parking that's blocking a road, I don't personally see how the number of people there really makes a difference for the county. Except for sort of the spillover effect of more people, more noise, more people, more vehicles, those kinds of things.
Peter, can I ask you, because we share friendship with a couple that live next door to a house that was built that accommodates 14 people. To me, that's a small hotel. How do you limit the number of people? In trucking, they do 2 people per bedroom plus 2, and they don't allow you lofts and they don't allow you play spaces.
And
again,
that's a standard we have in Tulloch right now.
right. And I don't know how we would ever even enforce that anyway. I guess if the noise ordinance, people showed up, then you could actually say how many people were staying in the house. But a house built to accommodate 14 seems like a B&B to me. It's
Yeah. Good question. I don't have an answer for you.
To answer that question, I think that the people that own it, that are renting it out, with the realtors to take that responsibility on. I think, and Doug can correct me on this. This is open to the public. Once it's open to the public, there's laws, state laws and other restrictions on the number of people that are allowed and the size of a room or size of a home, because it is public now. It's just not your family and family members coming to visit or whatever. So it's up to us to protect the public on some of these things. Doug, you correct me if I'm wrong.
No, you're correct, sir. That's why I said that, you know, moving from permanent to transient lodging raises a lot of gray area issues. And one of them is occupancy of not just the occupancy category of the building, but the number of people that can be in each space based on its use.
Correct.
The amount of people we expect to be in a kitchen per square foot versus a bedroom is different. In commercial, we have to look at, is this going to be for dining, assembly, you know, actually workshop? They all have different number of people per square foot, you know, and so it can, but to be fair, when you apply the design of a residence, there isn't a lot of people you can fit. I think it's like 100 square foot per person or something. You're not going to get a huge occupancy out of a home, but on the other side, if I'm not mistaken, somewhere about 23, 24 years ago, there was a court case, and I want to pique the interest of at least one attorney in the room, where there was a code compliance case where they had a huge family in this building, and the code compliance officer was enforcing the occupancy limits, and it went to court, and the judge determined you can't tell a person how many people they can have in their family. Okay. Once again, the gray area, though, we're going from a residence where it's permanent to transient. So if we're going to blend this into the code, we need to come up with something that fits in that gray area, because this short-term vacation rental scenario is not a clear answer on either side. I mean, the most restrictive you could go is say it's seniors, it's transient, it's a hotel. You know, and to your point, that would be pretty restrictive.
I'd maybe jump in and possibly recommend, since we've decided to pursue the registration process and not the permitting process, you know, really getting a handle on occupancy and enforcing occupancy will be problematic, you know, since we're going with more of an informal process and a streamlined process. So setting an exact cap when we don't have a permit process, or we're not intending to do a site inspection prior to them operating, it might be problematic enforcing it since we've gone with a lesser permitting process.
I have a question. I don't know if you'll be able to answer, because you said something about site inspection, or if you'll be able to answer. So fire marshal has been doing inspections. So how is then not going to play into this factor? Is that still gonna be a requirement of the jurisdiction in charge? Are we gonna worry about that? Because that would be the only reason I would even, and I agree, I don't know how you're gonna enforce it unless somebody calls in and says that there's something going on. How does the jurisdiction in charge going to, do they come into play or not with that?
I actually, can I jump in? I've had that conversation with Chief Johnson, and he's flat out said that there's no way possible for him to actually do this, especially with the number of short-term rentals in our area. There's just no way.
And I just tying that to safety with fire, with, you know, just closing that loop. Okay. I mean, I agree. I don't know how you're gonna enforce it. My only concern would be if there was a violation, how are we going to deal? So say, you know,
Can answer that.
we get that phone call and it's been repeat, but we don't have anything in how do we navigate even the complaint?
So
process?
the laws in effect currently are enforceable. State law, under state housing law, there are criteria for what is considered substandard housing, and housing in state housing law extends to not just single family dwellings and apartments, but hotel, motels, any transient lodging. If it's built like a house or built like someone's going to stay the night, state housing law applies. And the criteria, and hopefully to alleviate some of the concerns of the good actors in the room,
The criteria is not modern anything. It is simply is what was built and how it is used consistent with a safe environment. So is the electrical safe? Is the plumbing safe? Is the structure safe? Do you have proper egress? And there's a component of that as it relates to fire department is anything that the fire department determines is a hazard can be considered substandard housing. Now, fire departments, we have 9 fire districts. They're all going to have a little different level of sensitivity over this based on their population and the topography. They're going to make the decisions in their districts when they see a hazard added based on the fire code and their own ordinances. As code compliance, we're the hub for enforcement on violations of ordinance. If the fire district cannot affect a change, they often send those complaints to us. So if they get a complaint and they go out, they see a problem, it can't be arrested by their powers. Our code enforcement can open a substandard housing case and pursue it that way. Challenge is having the teeth to follow it up. Fines alone are a challenge. But under state housing law, if you have continuing violations that aren't remediated, you can follow the process of abatement through closing the doors or seeking a judgment. Or there's a lot of options that we can tease out as we move forward here. But we do have effective codes. We just have to have an effective communication and enforcement platform across every district that manages this, including the sheriff's office. We can work with them very closely over sound issues if we have an effective sound ordinance to coordinate so that they find the issue and we enforce. So there's a lot of options here that we can let's say cobble together to make an effective ordinance for you.
Okay, thank you, Doug, for that explanation. So I guess, I mean, common sense. And if the common sense, I mean, we're gonna keep seeing that common sense not be used, then yeah, I think we're gonna have to about that, but I can't see most individuals that are using this violating it. I mean, I think it's one in, like you said, there's few. And if it changes, then I mean, it can come back for a policy decision, in my opinion. So I'm open to using common sense on this one. To make it
May I
easy.
ask a question?
Yes.
Is it safe to say that the overall direction we're getting is that if you can't enforce it, don't write the ordinance, but if you can enforce it, make sure that you have the resources necessary and enforce what is written? Is that what
I don't think, you said don't write the ordinance. I say write the ordinance, but we need to be wary of what we can enforce and can't enforce as we move forward.
Right.
Right. I think that's.
I guess I oversimplified it.
We're having a hard time. Well, I think we'll all have our time, because right now we're on occupancy, right? And that's number. And let's just look at Lake Tahoe and South Lake Tahoe when they try to limit it to 8 people per unit. I mean, that doesn't, how did they enforce it? I don't know, because I used to live up there and I didn't even have a rental unit. And during New Year's, I had 50 people show up to my house to stay there during the time, you know, especially 4th of July when you have millions of people. Yeah. I think the issue is partially parking in some areas, you know, so that's something that needs to be addressed. Although Murphy's is kind of an impossibility. I don't know how we would address that. One car in front of a house sometimes is too many. You know, but, and also the times when people, some young person rents the place and all of a sudden there's a party at the house and the Airbnb person didn't know that. That wasn't the intent that was put forward. All of a sudden they're dealing with their house getting wrecked and the neighbors being pissed off. I think these are both some of the major issues that we're trying to deal with occupancy. I think that the parties issue needs to be dealt with by the Airbnb person when it comes to the deposit that's taken. And that moment that crosses the line, we have a noise issue that we can use to put the complaint in, and then they violated the rules of the Airbnb. Those people are going to be fined. So it's going to maybe temper the amount of people who are willing to lose, like, let's say, $800 or $1,000 on a deposit, you know, in some instances. The parking issue is the one I'm having a hard time. That's gonna be a blanket thing across the county. And I don't think occupancy is the way to solve it. That's just my opinion.
Sure.
Yes.
I have a question for Sarah. Since this discussion is going down the path it's going. Currently in front of us, it says on the occupancy limits proposed, 2 persons per bedroom plus 2 additional with a maximum of up to 12 people. With that in the ordinance, whether if people follow it or not, whatever, does that not protect the county? If something happens, if somebody has 50 people and somebody gets hurt or fire starts and people, whatever, something in place protecting legally the county.
I mean, it may to some extent, but if we're not enforcing, then maybe not. I mean, I think it's, I think I'm struggling with, I mean, yes, I suppose it could in theory be somewhat protective of the county. Yes.
Thank you. I mean, we can't enforce every law or every ordinance that we have. We do the best we can to enforce them. And most of the time is when we get complaints that we have to go out and enforce. And I think with this would be the same way. You get complaints from the next door neighbor that there's 50 people over there and they've been there all weekend and or whatever. Then we have something in place we can go out and enforce. But to go around all the time and have somebody specifically go check all the Airbnbs and all short-term rentals and whatever, I don't think that's possible.
Right.
But I'm just looking at the liability of the county with something not in place. That somebody could come back and sue and bring the county into that lawsuit based on they had no structure.
I mean, people can always try that, of course. Yeah, I mean, I think to the extent, I mean, I think it just depends on how it's done. I think if we ask people to self-report, you know, what the occupancy is going to be, and, you know, we certainly are entitled to rely on that to at least to some extent. Yes. Which I know is one of the, I mean, I think the self-reporting was kind of the thought process, right? Is when they register, they would.
When they
And then we enforce it that way.
Yeah.
So
I'm just concerned about any liability that we may have by doing something.
Or by not doing something.
Not doing something.
I mean, I think that if we're not actually affirmatively permitting, right? I mean, I think in my mind, there's sort of a distinction. If we're telling people we are going to issue you a permit, there's some expectation at that point that we are kind of doing our due diligence and checking things out. If we're just telling people, hey, if you engage in this, you have to register and pay TOT. I mean, I think that's a little bit different. So I mean, I think to a large extent, it depends on what this is going to end up looking like. I don't think the county really takes on liability if we're just telling people, hey, if you engage in this, you have to register and pay TOT. But if we are doing something more robust than that, then yes, we would want to have something like that in there for sure.
Thank you.
Just one more point on the 12 that I would like to make.
Yeah.
I've rented a place that is very large, and I had only family up there. Of course, we did party a bit as a family, but that was very nice, and we had more than 12 people in the family up there for Christmas. You know, up in your area, you know, it was very nice, and 12 wouldn't have been enough for me to have all my family there.
Ms. Galino.
Hi, Kathy Galino again. Quick question. Is the direction going to be then to have a registration process and a business license process? Or was that clarified?
Well, I think those are two separate, I mean, generally speaking, if you are operating a business in the county of Calaveras that meets the definition of a business, you have to get a business license. That's just existing local law.
Okay.
And then I think what they're talking about now is whether to separately, right, for these particular types of establishment businesses, whatever you want to call them, whether they're going to be just registering versus, which is what they're already doing, right? Already registering with the treasurer tax collector.
Right.
Versus there being some sort of additional permitting.
Okay.
Process.
I just wanted to be clear because I had a chance to speak with the tax collector. She can't be here today because she had an appointment, but so that was one of the things she wanted to make sure that, you know, it's somehow distinguished very clearly. Thanks.
Thank you.
Peter, I have one question about one other question about the office occupancy. How, because in our discussions, I didn't want to drastically change Crawford, knowing that there would be some changes, but how would that impact that? Because isn't there a cap on that one?
Yes,
And do you-
currently the cap that I think you had brought up was 2 per bedroom with a maximum of 12, with plus 2 additional maximum of 12. You know, that's really maybe a more fundamental question is, do we leave copper as it is under the current permit processing that we do have there? Or do you want to eliminate or modify Chapter 2020 and have it consistent throughout the whole county?
Well, there are things in the current, such as docking, boats
Yeah.
and what have you, that are really specific to, obviously, to that need to be in there for like tunnel.
I'm okay leaving that chapter as is, other than maybe considering, I really don't want to have permitting, and that's been my sticking point the whole time, is permitting in one area and registration for the rest of the county. So how can is there a way to allow them to do the registration but still have these certain caveats, like the docking, the trailer, the boat parking, things like that in that chapter, but allow them to self-register? Because then they're still gonna have to do the business license, they're still gonna have to do the permit, while then again, when the rest of the county is only doing registration.
Well, that's the status quo. That's the case now, right? Everyone has to register with the treasurer tax collector now so that we're capturing TOT.
Yeah.
And the TULIC folks are getting a permit. So I mean, the status quo would be to leave that as is. In answer to your question, I mean, just as a practical matter, without a permit, I think it would be difficult to enforce the things like the docks and those existing.
Yeah, and that's where my sticking point becomes. That's where I have at least for me, I don't think, I get it, there are nuances. There's gonna be nuances in Murphy's with parking like we discussed, there's gonna be nuances. But then how do I don't want staff or confusion to the public, you know, okay, they did this whole thing and then we finally, how long is it gonna take for staff to flag it that the address is in Copper rather, and not in the Angel, you know, even though they may relate to themselves in Copper, like it's, I just, if there's a way to figure that out, I am open. I know we won't get it settled today, but it just, we've gone round and round and round and round about that.
I hear what you're saying. Just on respectfully disagree. I don't need the permitting process in my area. You can
I know,
have-
that's
no,
what I
no,
just
no,
said.
say the whole county, you were talking about the whole county. At some point, maybe I misheard you. I
You
apologize.
did, what I'm saying is.
So you want to
to-
keep Tulic as is and you don't need the permit for the rest of the county?
No, what I'm asking is how do we move Copper into the registration process? So they're not the only one having to pull a permit.
Oh, well, you can't have all those rules. She let you know you can't have all those
I
rules.
know,
without-
I know that, and so I'm saying this is gonna probably be a continuation of a conversation that we're gonna have to have, and that we've been going round and round about it.
No permit.
And I
I'll say
agree,
this,
I don't, but how is that okay for my district to have a permit? Otherwise, no, I'm not gonna support the short-term rental ordinance. I mean, that's been the issue I've had the whole time, is I'm not gonna have, it's not equitable. There's issues in it, and it's not gonna make sense.
Well, we could certainly modify chapter 2020 to change it from a permit process to a registration process. There's some issues we'd have to look at as to how we can enforce, say, the occupancy rates that are, right now required in chapter 2020. The other option is, as we originally proposed, is to eliminate 2020 altogether. We could write rules that, if the property, fronts a body of water, these standards apply. So those would pretty much only apply in
that.
like Tulloch, but there could be some other place where there's a body of water that there's a dock or something. I can't think of any, but that.
And so I would be open, and that's what I wanna, if there's a way to do that, I am open to it, but I don't wanna have. I don't wanna have two separate.
Yeah.
Processes to register, and like I said earlier, register, permitting, whatever it is, I just want it to be the same. I expect everybody else on this board, otherwise, then it just, for me, it just defeats the process. Why do my constituents have to go through an extra layer of bureaucratic crap?
I think
And I understand the history of the lake, I get the history of
Okay,
it,
and
but
since that's been in place, and we put that in place, it's gone down. I mean, at one time, it was every week, we'd have somebody in here for Tulloch. And the amount of voters out there and the sheriff's office having to go out there because the boats were running into each other. And so this ordinance was put in place back then, and it's quieted it down. I'm not saying if you repeal it, or I'm maybe in favor of what Peter was saying, that if it's on the water, then you have to go through the permit. That way it doesn't focus on one area, your specific area, but that area was focused on for a purpose.
Right.
And it resolved the issue. We don't have that problem anymore of what we were having back then, 20 years ago.
I want to do the double the work on the permitting process done there, then that's fine, but I think it's gonna be confusing. I already am dealing with it down there where they don't understand, why they have to do these things and the rest of the county doesn't. And so how do I answer to a constituent or to individuals with that? And I get it, it's in the ordinance, it's been in it, I am very aware of what happened down there. I have grown up in that area. I am not naive to the situations that have happened down there. I know why that happened, but can we evolve it to make it not confusing? Because that's one of the biggest things I hear is I don't understand this, and it makes it convoluted a little bit, but.
Sometimes, and I hear what you're saying, and it is an extra step for that area. I do feel for safety needs and the amount of boats and everything that were down there. I know you understand, Amanda, that it is needed, and there isn't a clear path through just doing it one way with a registration to get the type of enforcement needed for that area. And every time I don't want to do an extra step of work, I say I don't understand also. So I allow those people, they do understand why. They just don't want to, so they're giving you a call and asking you to make the change. And that's not always the case. Some are like, why is the rest of the county not have to do this? Well, it's because you bought it like Tulloch. That's why. That's what the answer is. And so I think that for enforcement reasons and to keep those safety measures in that area, we do need the dual. We have to have the registration for the tax collection purposes, and we have to have the ordinance for our best tool for enforcement in that scenario. That's my perspective.
Sure. Peter, how many questions do you have left?
Three.
Three? Okay. Is everybody all right to continue to finish the three questions? Okay.
Oh, no, I think we already discussed that. I think that we've said, no, we don't want to permit application. We want to do a registration. Next question is regarding the noise ordinance, and should we update the noise ordinance concurrently with this? Our recommendation is yes, we should. We've had conversation with the sheriff's department. They want it updated because it's difficult for them to enforce. Without enforceable noise ordinance, we will have a number of complaints that we just can't deal with. So our recommendation is we update that concurrently.
Yes. Yes, from me.
Yes.
Sounds like a yes.
Now we're flying through them.
Okay. The contact person for complaints, I think is going to be probably one of the stickiest issues that we have to address.
I actually would like to retract what I said earlier, and I would like to go with this. People call me anyway, so I know I'll be able to do it anyway, but I think that I would like to listen to my co-supervisors and go that direction.
I was gonna post your phone number.
I do it on my head.
So in 2020, in Lake Tulloch area, there is a contact person. The public is notified of who that is, not directly, but indirectly. If they say, well, who's the contact person on this one? That's part of the application packet. We have that. That needs to be updated, if it changes, so that the county can contact someone if we get complaints. And if it's a weekend and, no one's at the county, then the public can also say, hey, there's, something going on next door. You need to do something about it. There's, a couple different recommendations we had in here. I think that, I'm sort of at a loss of what's going to be the best way to do that. I understand the concerns about having, the owner of the property, their phone number out there, getting harassed by someone next door that just doesn't like them. But I think we need to have some entity responsible to deal with immediate complaints. Most of these are going to happen on the weekend, so code compliance isn't around. If it's noise, sheriff can go out there. If it's a real life safety issue, sheriff or fire can handle it. But on sort of the day-to-day complaint issues, someone needs to accept responsibility of that. And I don't know what's the best course of action. We've really struggled with trying to figure out how do we do this efficiently without tipping the scale too far one way or the other, that either the public, the neighbors don't know who to contact when there's a problem, or the operator is harassed by, a neighbor who just is rude. Any suggestions you have, we're all ears.
I mean, the issue is that as you said, most of the calls would be coming in on the weekend, and usually it's at 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. So I don't know who fields those calls. Sheriff's office.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, I was going to say, yes.
Point of contact.
I guess really we can.
Definitely willing to consider point of contact.
Well, regardless of whether somebody is registering or getting a permit, it sounds like it's gonna be registering. They're gonna have to provide some contact information, right? Who the point person is. So then I think the real question is, how is that disseminated? Like, is it just, if somebody calls the county and says, hey, what's the contact for this property? We wait on the next business day or whenever, that information could be given to them, versus is it something that the owner or operator is required to give out kind of affirmatively to neighbors within a certain, so I think we're going to have a contact person and their contact information. The question is how that gets provided to potential complainants, I think.
Yes.
As a practical matter.
Thank you for clarifying that, Sarah.
So I guess that's it then.
Well, do you have, we can write it anyway. We can say that, you shall provide adjacent neighbors or everyone within 200 feet contact, number, Or it could be based on, as Sarah suggested, someone calls, leave a message to the county over the weekend. Monday, we get back to them and say, I'm sorry, we didn't get back to you, but next time it happens, here's your call.
I don't think that works. I don't think that's fair to the neighbors on a Friday or a Saturday.
Well, that's good.
How does the sheriff, like, is the sheriff willing to be fielding all these on Friday nights and
Well, they
Saturdays?
generally end up doing that.
Yeah.
And not that we're throwing it in their lap, but that's when, or. Did I say he? My apologies.
It's nice that like there's property managers, right, that will deal with it, but it's also probably burdensome. But it seems there has to be a way to contact somebody in the moment, not Monday.
I do think that the good actors, at least in my district, have neighbors that there's already that connection there. Again, it just goes back to the few bad actors that you can't get a hold of to correct the issue. And then the bad actors obviously get the good actors of bad name as well, so it just snowballs.
Yeah.
Can I say something? You could require.
If you could come to the podium, thank you.
You could require to have somebody in the county, because a lot of these independents are from the Bay Area. Just require them to have a local person that's the contact person.
Within 30 minutes away or.
Exactly, within, yeah, whether if they're 20 minutes away or whatever, but they need to be living in Calaveras County.
That's and that is a fairly common provision when I was looking at other jurisdictions ordinances. That's pretty typical. I think it still goes to the question of like, how is that information about who that person is, who that contact person is, how does that get disseminated to?
During your registration, you need to put down that contact number.
Yeah,
in Calaveras
absolutely.
County during your registration.
Right, but then I think, how do the neighbors find out who that
Yeah.
person
Are we
is?
being proactive or reactive?
Right, as a practical matter.
Thank you, Kelly. Janet, I think we're.
Let's say county.
What's that? I don't think so. Sorry. Shouldn't have. Thank you though. Peter.
I just have one more question. In these scenarios that we're talking about, because we do have our good actors that, generally don't rent to the wrong person, but things happen. Is there a complaint system that we could put together, like a 3 strikes, you're out scenario? No?
Well, if we had a permit process, the permit could be
Okay, yeah,
revoked,
okay.
but it's simply
There you
registration.
But can't we revoke the business license?
That would require an overhaul of our theoretically, yes, but that's not currently part of our business license ordinance.
You have to go to property manager. See what I'm saying? Because everybody works under my business license. If I have one house that.
Thank you, Kelly. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Right. I don't hear a consensus here at all. It's just that you have the same concerns that we have about how do we do this. I don't know there's a simple answer. We could probably do some further research and see what other communities have done. It sounds like the fallback position is, well, we'll have the information. The good players will work with their neighbors to say, hey, if there's any issue, contact me or contact this person. For the rare occasion when it's not, we'll get that information for the next time. That's probably as best we can do.
Perfect. That's right with everybody.
Yeah, I guess that'll be fine. If it starts getting out of hand, we can always bring back and come up with a different way to do it.
Typically, the complaints are going to be based on noise, and the sheriff will go out. And if we can update the noise ordinance, that may solve the bulk of the problems. Okay, and then last question. Do we want to have the registrations renewed on an annual basis, or is it a one-time registration?
Maybe somebody in the audience can answer this, but my concern would be, if there's a change in the contact, I know the realtor group that is not gonna change because it's gonna stay to that property management, but Joe Smith down the street might have a buddy who lives in the neighborhood, but then maybe his buddy leaves. How do we know that has changed? So I guess, I'm open to the one every year if it's self-registering, just to ensure that contacts have been maintained and nothing changed. But
Well,
I
with
don't
the-
want to
yeah.
make it too difficult.
With the business license, they have to renew the business license on an annual basis.
Okay, then.
So I think, this is relatively simple. We make sure you have updated information.
And safety equipment, fire extinguishers, et cetera, need to be updated, what have you. So they're signing off on that every year.
Yeah.
I think and every year is preferable to me.
So can I ask a question on that?
Come on up to the podium.
So if it's an annual, so I take on properties all the time, all throughout the whole year. Is it the date that they come on? Or is it January 1st? I mean, there's got to be some kind of set rule, or I'm going to be renewing everybody every other day. And having people go out, having the, fire department go out to one house one day, one house another day. See what I'm saying? So it has to be some kind of a structure, yeah.
Should be like a period of time, a window, I'm sorry.
Right. And as far as when people leave, you have to unregister them with the TOT anyways.
Supervisor Hopper.
I don't know if things changed after COVID because that was like our black swan event, but prior to the COVID, I was aware that it was amazing how often Airbnbs changed hands.
How often do they change hands?
No, it was amazing how often they did,
Would go from property management to property management?
No, homeowners of homes.
Oh,
And them selling the Airbnb and someone else picking it up. And it was kind of, some of them were kind of like weird swaps a lot of the times from what I was understanding. So they change hands fairly often in the past. Do they still change hands in ownership?
yes, we definitely, yeah, because it's a second home market up there.
Right.
I mean, basically, it's usually every 5 years. Somebody will come up and buy, then their kids grow up, they're in sports, whatever it might be, they sell.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
there is a
2 to
constant
3 to
turnover.
5 years, what I understood. Those
It's about 5,
yeah,
usually 5 to
about
7.
average.
Yeah, is an average.
I'm sure that, the registration process, when there's a change in owner, a new registration that has to happen immediately, but then it would be a window. It wouldn't make sense to, have to track, 700 different dates. Just like with the business license, I think there's a window. You have to do it within a certain time frame. We could work that out.
Like, let's say every 5 years, like 2005 or 25, 2030, I'm just throwing an idea.
Well, I was thinking more if it's annual, that, between, you have to, re-register prior to March 15th for, drawing a number out of the air. Just as the business license has to be renewed. When you open a new business, you got to do it then. And then within that month and a half period, you have to renew it annually. And so it could all be done at one time for those who manage. Now, I guess that raises a question, if I owned a piece of property and I contracted with a real estate company to manage it for me, do I need a business license? I'm the owner of that property. I'm the owner of that business. I just contract with a manager to manage it. I think that's a question that the tax collector we need to know whether or not each individual property owner has to have a business license.
The consensus from our meeting yesterday was that it would be under the business and not individually. So if I register with Cedar Creek, then Cedar Creek takes care of it.
Currently, that's how it's been like that for, 30 years.
So without the owner having a business license and they're receiving income from these rentals, they're not reporting that in at any point as income. You may be because you're making money off of.
I send them a
doing
1099
service for them, but.
I send them a 1099 at the end of the year.
You 1099 the owner?
Yeah, every one of them. And I also collect the TOT, or Airbnb collects the TOT, and I pay that quarterly.
Still, I don't know, this is a good question about whether they need to have a business license or not.
But they work under my business license.
They are in a business. Regardless, they hired you to run it, but they're still, that's a good question.
It's a partnership.
1099. that's legitimate. So they're still paying taxes on revenue. But the business is taking care.
Go ahead.
A business can lease any property and run a business on it.
I would recommend, I actually think that there's some other issues with our business license ordinance, which is very old, that probably, could need to get cleaned up. So, I would recommend that staff will take a look at our business license ordinance as it's currently drafted and how it might answer that question. And then we can make a recommendation to the board if we think that it should be cleaned up.
That ends our list of questions. Are there any other further direction that you want to give us before we go back and we attack this baby?
Could you just give me the timeline that you think now, how this would?
Pass the baton.
I think, we could get a redrafted ordinance and then, back to the commission. I would think we could probably schedule for the commission within 1 month. I do want to reach out. We do want to have a discussion. I want to reach out to the sheriff's office. We've had some very good discussions with them on the noise ordinance and enforcement. And we really want to make sure that they are, how do I say this, that they bless this before it goes forward. So it's my plan to give them a pre-review of this new direction product. So I would say a month before we're back to the planning commission. I would say probably 2 to 3 months before we're back to you for another discussion and possible consideration.
Well, no further questions. Thank you very much. This is an informational item. Thank you so much, Peter. Thank you for all your work on this, for the taking all the public comments and then obviously handing over to Brad, but thank you.
Welcome.
And we'll move on now to supervisor announcements.
In compliance with Government Code 53232.3D, board members shall provide brief reports on any meetings attended at the expense of the local agency and may make other announcements or report out.
We start with Supervisor Stopper.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to bring up to the board that talking with Mr. Oliver, and we've discussed this in the past, alternative building practices and methods within the building code. It gives us the opportunity, as long as it addresses the safety issues, for some alternative building practices and methods. We would like to, Mr. Oliver, could you explain this to me for me or to them for me, as you're
Yes,
more versed in the code and even the first part of the code where it gives the official.
see if I can summarize it. There's a lot to this, and it's gonna take a little, if your board decides to go this direction, it's gonna take a lot of discussion with council. But in discussing some hardships in relation to growing housing, part of it is the proliferation of building codes adopted at the state level, and we're required to adopt triennially. I don't know, I'll just summarize that it is a 3-year process. Most, if not all, of the state agencies that do write codes in relation to building have to go through the Building Standards Commission. And there's a component of state law and state housing law that specifically addresses that if there's anything that is considered unreasonable, an individual agency or individual corporation or government agency may challenge that portion of state law or of the codes. They challenge that to a local appeals board. And if it is found to be unreasonable, it is removed from the code as it applies to this jurisdiction. Now, that's how it is worded. And it was, just for some history, that's been around on the books since about 1961. That's when HCD was basically on its own, and the Building Standards Commission didn't regulate the codes for every agency. Well, at this point,
there's like 8 agencies that have to go through the Building Standards Commission now. So there's quite a bit here that can be looked at to see if it's unreasonable, in my opinion. Like I said, it's gonna take a little time to suss out if your board is interested. And just to cover the flow, typically when we adopt the codes through ordinance, we're adopting what the state has already said, this is the code. Once you adopt that, that is the minimum standard. And typically it's the minimum standard statewide. We have the ability, once we adopt that code, to adopt more restrictive standards. Okay, that is the flow. And then within that, there is a paragraph of the code that allows the building official to authorize alternative means and methods, but that is only in relation to something that is equal to or better than what's in the code. So once you adopt that code, everything thereon either is the same or more restrictive. What this piece of law that's been sitting there says, for your local jurisdiction, you're taking the code out before it's in practice and saying it's unreasonable in this. So it's not in the backside that I'm always in. It's ahead of that. And if the appeals board finds it unreasonable, you file that with HCD at the state and say, we've taken it out for this jurisdiction. Now, like I said, I haven't seen anybody practice this. I've mentioned it several years now in multiple jurisdictions. I've said, if you don't think this is fair in the jurisdiction, here's the method. Nobody's done it, but we have a housing crisis statewide. We have a housing crisis here. So if your board wishes to dig deeper, now's the time to.
Point being is I'd like to bring it for the board for discussion. And see how much appetite there is for how far we're willing to go. Not that we want to thumb our nose at the state building code at all, but there's building codes such as the sprinkler systems in certain ways inside residential homes that don't work properly in certain scenarios. I'm using an example. I could be wrong, Doug. I can be wrong. But some of those could be found to be not practiced, and a lot of jurisdictions are complaining about them. But more so, I'm also into the alternative building practices and methods that are equal to also, and how far we're willing to go with that also. So this is the building code's a substantial cost to building homes at all anymore. And it goes through the roof. But at the same time, they're in there for a reason because of safety, and we need to be open-minded about that and not go down a route that's going to put anybody in jeopardy. So I'm just want to see bring it to the board if they want to hear it and see how far they're wanting to go with that type of scenario.
Supervisor?
Well, I understand what Supervisor Stopper is talking about and what he's saying. I wouldn't be opposed to it if the rest of the board wants to do that. I don't know how much work that's going to place on the building department and Doug to bring something forward like that, but the rest of the board is interested.
I'm not opposed. With that,
Supervisor Randolph?
any way we can make it more affordable for our constituents, there's a way, please do look into it.
Yes, please. Thank you, Doug.
We'll prepare an informational item for your board in the coming months.
Thank you, Doug.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Stopper.
Yeah. Don't want to put too much on you at once, Doug. Hurry up.
Very well.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate your time.
No problem.
You know what? Off the top of my head, just thank you for the opportunity to work with our chair as vice chair. This is the second time I've been vice chair on the board. I do appreciate working with you all, even when I misunderstand what some people are saying. I do respect your position. So I'm very excited. I think that, we've been very good at or been blessed with having a board that's worked together for years. It looks like we're coming together with another one that's functional. And just as long as you all can keep me reined in, we'll be doing okay. So thank you. I just Well, it's a pleasure to work with you all. Thank you.
Supervisor Toffenelli.
With that, no, I don't have anything other than maybe Supervisor Fallendorf talk about the Central Sierra and Child Support Agency meeting. Excuse me, no. Autumn can talk about our meeting yesterday.
Supervisor Fallendorf.
Last night, Gay and I attended, LAFCO,
There you go.
and John has agreed for one more year. And we're gonna go through that process, to, hopefully recruit. Thank you, Stacy, for being there last night, and thank you to the CEO for being there as well. And this Thursday, along with the chairman, but this does not include any board member, any public members, to what Kathy said earlier during staff report, we will be going down to Sacramento to comment at the CPUC regarding the funding for round one for Calaveras County. Kathy and IT and Barbara at RTRC have been really doing a lot of work in getting not just letters of support from our legislative electeds, but community members from the school district to the hospital district. I mean, I know I'm missing a list, there's a whole list. And on top of those letters, videos. So those will be getting compiled and sent to the CPUC as well. For comment. The other thing, I guess this is more of a question or to staff, and then I guess also to board. It's been a while and I know Brett is still getting in the swing of things, but are we going to skew greenhouse gas this year? Are we coming directly to the board? I'm just want to get my head with that time frame.
How about hardwood?
Oakwood.
So, I believe the planning commission had passed that on to the board, so I will request that Brett bring it forward to the board, in the next 30 days.
Oh, I just wanted to make sure that I wanted to know what the sequence was, so, okay. And then lastly, was that yesterday already? Yes. Having back-to-back meetings and that. And I'll let the chairman say more, but I did attend the strategic planning meeting, and we did talk about hardwood. So it's coming, it's coming. Yeah. so,
Boom.
Yeah. So,
Supervisor Functional.
Supervisor, I like it. Yes, yesterday with Supervisor Toffenelli, I attended the Central Sierra Child Support Agency Board. Great to learn about that group that serves Alpine, Amador, Calaveras, and Tuolumne. Good example of all of our collaborations. On January 24th, I attended the Upper McCallum River Watershed Authority meeting. Learned about that group, all of their fuel reduction plans, watersheds, forest health and resiliency. Really appreciate their work. And lots of meetings for me so far, getting settled on various committees and organizations. It's been fun.
Super, thank you. I'd like to report that on the 15th, I'd like to thank administration and facilities for demoing the house in Murphy's. That was a huge issue. And it could have ended up in a disaster. And thank you so much for taking care of it so quickly. On the 16th, Supervisor Andal and I met with Senator Alvarado Gil just for an informational. On the 22nd, I attended the BPAC Caltrans with Supervisor Fallendorf. On the 24th, the RC Zoom update with Barbara. On the 24th, we had a town hall meeting regarding the meadow that we would like to see made into a natural preserve at Rossetti's restaurant in Avery. And then yesterday I attended with Supervisor Fallendorf the strategic planning session. And I wanted to make sure the board was aware that in March, the beginning of March, we're going to be having the Sierra Nevada Conservancy coming and doing their meeting in Murphy's. So that's a big deal for us and it'll be fantastic. And they'll be going over all the work that they've done in Calaveras and hopefully work going forward. So that's it. So with that, time is at 12:39. Close meeting. Thank you all.